never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Where did COVID come from? The topic of a hearing in the House on Wednesday. Correspondent John Schaefer.
The GOP-led hearing is focusing on Dr. Anthony Fauci and his efforts to disprove a lab leak theory is behind COVID-19.
That's the part that ticks us off, because this is the highest paid guy in our government getting all kinds of money to tell us things that were not accurate.
Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan says Dr. Fauci benefited from U.S. taxpayer-funded research at the Chinese Wuhan lab. For their part, Democrats like California's Raul Ruiz say,
the facts are the evidence remains inconclusive.
Wall Street is closing with stocks mixed as the market tries to recover after yesterday's sell-off. Investors fear more rate hikes after data showed last month's private payrolls report came in hotter than expected, showing the economy is standing strong against the Federal Reserve's rate hikes. Following a deadly ordeal involving 4 mistaken and kidnapped Americans, 2 of whom died near Matamoros, Mexico, U.S. officials are issuing advisories for those who wish to head south of the border for spring break. Mark Hoffman recommends to heed the warnings.
If you're staying within a major resort area that has its own security, then you're probably okay. If you're an off-the-beaten-track person who likes to go to out-of-the-way places and things like that, then this is probably not the time for that.
Russia is working to strengthen ties to Americans in media and politics in order to influence U.S. elections. That's according to a new report from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Reaction to a DOJ report on police in Louisville, Kentucky is a mix of shock and a call for action.
All of this is really hard to hear and hard to accept.
Mayor Craig Greenberg, the report said the department engaged in a pattern of civil rights violations, including using excessive force and discriminating against black people. This is USA News.
Remember customer service? Yeah, it's almost a lost art. Almost, because actually Medi-Share is nailing it when it comes to caring for their members. No wonder Medi-Share gets double the satisfaction rating compared to health insurance. Imagine, you get to talk to actual people, and they're for you.
Well, we're all here for the same thing. We want what's best for the members.
How am I going to help this member today that has come across my desk? How am I going to make sure that what they need is what they get? and as fast as possible.
So yeah, you'll love the savings with Medi-Share. There's no doubt about that. But the way you're treated is just plain refreshing.
To be able to pray with them before actually disconnecting that call, you just get goosebumps. And you know it's God, just leading you to that person.
So you can save a lot, but as always, it's people who make the difference. Call now. They are great to talk to. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
The NTSB is now investigating in Central Florida where 4 people died in a mid-air collision between 2 planes. Air safety investigator Lynn Spencer says their investigation will focus on the man, the machine, and the environment.
Because this was a mid-air collision, it will be very important for us to look at the impact signatures in order to determine the angle of impact of these 2 airplanes.
Spencer says the first priority will be to recover the body of one of the occupants of the Piper Cherokee aircraft. Then she says they'll raise the plane from the bottom of Lake Hartridge in Winter Haven and take both aircraft to a secure location to complete what's likely to be a 12 to 18-month investigation. Federal investigators suspect a Tesla was operating on its automated driving system when it crashed into a fire truck, killing the driver and critically injuring the passenger. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says it has dispatched a special crash investigation team to look into the February 18th crash on Interstate 680. It's part of a larger investigation into multiple instances of Teslas on autopilot crashing into parked emergency vehicles, tending to other crashes. The president's going to roll out his budget proposal Thursday in Philadelphia.
The president budget will cut the deficit by nearly $3 trillion over the next 10 years.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the budget will include raising the Medicare tax on those making more than $400,000 per year to extend the program for decades. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Hi, this is Lou Manfredini. This House Smarts Home Improvement Minute is brought to you by my friends at Ace Hardware. Heating your home this winter is bound to dry out the air, leading to not only flaky skin and chapped lips, but also sore throats, bloody noses, and higher chances of catching a cold. Consider adding a whole home humidifier to help protect your family this winter. Whole home humidifiers add moisture to cover your entire home efficiently and effectively. For more information, go to housesmartsradio.com. And now this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty then, just like that, with the click of the magic swagger, here we are. Hey, what's going on here? We'll be closing out a Wednesday, so yeah, looky there, hump day in the books. It's all downhill as we head toward the weekend. Yeah, we'll be getting prepared for the time change. Almost forgot about that. And we'll be springing forward this weekend. Are you ready? I guess we'll be talking about a rash of auto accidents, heart attacks, stroke, because that's what they tell us happens every time we do the spring forward or fall back. How do you get prepared in advance? Well, health officials have some advice. Of course, we'll share that with you. But first things first, get it underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Coming your way live from our secret bunker, headquartered in Southwest Ohio, but broadcasting around the world thanks to modern technology. All right, what do we see on the highways and byways as we kick it off tonight? And not a whole lot going on as far as wintry weather at the moment. That'll be changing, especially along the northern tier of the country. Now, we do have some showers and thunderstorms. Northern Texas, south central, southeast Oklahoma, moving over into west central portions of Arkansas. Yeah, looks like some of that rain, maybe a few rumbles of thunder, maybe rolling through the Little Rock area overnight. Got some spotty showers elsewhere in the southeast. Yeah, central Alabama, northern Georgia, eastern Tennessee. Shouldn't be enough to really slow you down, though. But what may slow you down is, well, we've got more opportunities for snow. Yeah, not just in the coming days, but in the coming weeks across the Northeast. At least 2 storms forecasters are keeping an eye on right now. Yeah, one storm will bring enough snow to lead to some airline delays and flight cancellations at some of our major Midwest hubs, Minneapolis, Chicago, Detroit, from later today, Thursday into Friday. There's a separate major storm way out west from the Pacific that's going to lead to additional airline delays and cancellations, to and from the likes of San Francisco from Thursday night to Friday evening local time. Timing of this snow may disrupt some of your early weekend plans from Pittsburgh to New York City, with tens of thousands of college students beginning and ending their spring break. Airline delays related to that storm may hamper arrivals and departures. Now, the good news, I guess, is since the daytime temperatures will be well above freezing ahead of the storm, the best chance for slippery travel where it does snow will be Friday night or early Saturday. But as we look ahead Friday, we're looking to have highs peaking in the upper 40s over the central Appalachians, upper 40s near 50. In that zone from Philadelphia to New York City, even if the storm brings snow to the same area on Saturday, the daytime temperatures will likely climb well above the freezing mark, so shouldn't see much concern as far as accumulation. There's a small storm tracking in a similar manner from the storm we saw Monday, Tuesday morning this week. That did bring 4 to 8 inches of snow from north central Pennsylvania to parts of east central PA, and a couple of inches of snow to northern and central New Jersey. It was a quick moving system. Now, even if little or no accumulation of snow occurs in the major airport hubs around New York City, snow falling and covering elevated surface will prompt airline delays with de-icing operations at the very least. Roads could be slippery over portions of the central Appalachians and into interior southern New England. But watching ahead for another East Coast storm coming up early next week. They'll be monitoring that. It could take a path that many people recognize as a potential source for significant snow along the I-95 corridor and into the Northeast. For those out west, forecasters tell us they are quite concerned. We've seen an incredible amount of snow across the higher elevations and even some of the lower elevations over the past 10 days or so. This next storm coming off the Pacific will be what they describe as a high impact storm, packed with moisture, but it's going to bring warmer air behind it as it slams California here toward the end of the week. Damaging, life-threatening flooding and mudslides could occur in the Golden State. The heavy rain will wash away the snowpack on the intermediate slopes pretty rapidly, but at the same time spread more snow over the highest elevations. Now, in addition to helping wipe away the drought conditions, this storm's going to follow a couple of recent colder storms, as I mentioned, that brought several more feet of snow over the Sierra Nevada last Saturday through early Wednesday. While a warmer storm compared to the recent onslaught of Old Man Winter, that may seem comforting to some, the problems this is going to cause will far outweigh the benefits. This system coming off the Pacific is going to tap into much warmer air from the south, and it's going to pull a plume of tropical moisture across a large portion of California. You've heard the old term of the Pineapple Express or the atmospheric river. As we look toward Friday, that atmospheric river will extend for more than 2,400 miles from California all the way to southwest of Hawaii. That's why they call it the Pineapple Express. During these sort of atmospheric rivers, there's potential for a foot or more of rain to be released. Now, only because the fire hose effect, the rain will keep moving rather than hold nearly stationary. Rain should generally be limited to just several inches. There could be some higher amounts locally, but with the above freezing temperatures, even in some of those higher elevations, the several inches to a couple of feet of snow already on the ground at the intermediate elevations, 2,500 to 5,000 feet, may not be able to absorb the rain and could completely melt away instead. That means the equivalent of 8 to 12 inches of water could be released in a matter of hours when you account for the moisture that's already locked in the snow with the incoming several inches of rain. That means rapid runoff. Smaller rivers and streams from the mountains and the hills have the potential to rapidly rise, causing flooding, dangerous, damaging conditions for people, homes, businesses, and other structures in the path of the raging rivers. So a rapid snowmelt may be coming to California, and there's going to be a considerable progress made in eliminating the long-term drought there. But they're saying by the time we get to April, drought will almost be entirely eliminated in the state of California. Hard to imagine that with all the talk we've had for how many years now about continuing drought conditions there. So there you go. Great to have you on board. Philly Dan, what's happening out there? Good morning from Philadelphia. Hope everybody has a great day. It's still cold in Montana. It's 11 degrees in southern Montana. Debbie checks in with cloudy skies. Bare, dry pavement, though, in the south central Montana. Drive safe. That means get out there and let it roll, drivers. Be careful and God bless. Hello to Marianne. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Hello to the Carolina Monkey Gouger, she says. Roadmaster, checking in. Good to have you on board. There's the Michigan Madman. He's in that northern tier of the country, right? Oh, I so hope we don't get this darn storm they're talking about. Have a good night, Steve Summers. All right, thank you much. You're kind of right in that dividing zone. It's going to depend on the exact track of the storm, right? You're concerned about more heavy snow. Good morning. I-80 westbound through Wyoming. It's pure hell tonight, according to Larry. Stay safe, everybody. Let's see. James checks in. Good morning from Hazelhurst, Georgia, where it's clear, comfortable. We're at 51 degrees. Howdy, folks. Hope everyone is well. Temperatures are going to be rising, hopefully, across the overnight drive nation. It's a stunning 83 degrees here in Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia. And it's time to listen to the best show on radio. Thank you so much, Sylvester. Good to have you on board. Well, a far cry from 83 degrees. How about 38 degrees in northwest Illinois? All right, looking at 3 to 6 inches of snow in his local forecast, according to Roy Berry. Again, northwest Illinois. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. We've got 36 here in Indianapolis tonight. Steve, I just had some of the best meatloaf for supper. I'm all filled up and headed south like a bat out of hell. Hey, a special one-night-only tag team shout-out to Rockpick and 5-7. All right, Rubber Duck, what's going on? Walkerton, Indiana, headed to Columbus, Ohio. Joy. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, where it's spitting some rain. Picked up a local one today that I'll deliver tomorrow. Had several errands to run. Looks like we'll load Friday for Clearwater, deliver it on Sunday. News that everyone's favorite senator from Kentucky, the Rhino minority leader of the Senate, took a fall and is in the hospital. He needs to retire. Have a great night. Everyone be careful out there. Mitch McConnell, he's speaking of. See if we can give you the latest on that. Meanwhile, 19 past the hour, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, who else checking in here? 5-7, copy the mail. Pappy, you've been doing what? You've been playing Carpenter all night? Oh, boy. 36 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Been playing carpenter all night. Roof leak. Hammer down and be safe, you nocturnal listeners. How you having a roof leak when it's not raining? It hadn't had any rain. Okay. Here in Flagstaff, Arizona, at the Little America truck stop, there's heat wave. They're having card issues for diesel fuel right now. Also, the pumps at the Loves in Williams, Arizona, were blocked off. Yeah, I do not know if the two are related. Anyway, it's cold, cloudy, kind of. Was there a full moon tonight? Technically, it was last night. It kind of made the mountains look like they were on fire with the light dispersal. Anyway, stay safe and warm, Sylvester. I hope it snows 2 feet while you're in Georgia, bragging about the heat down under. All right, good morning to Eskimo Mom. Howdy from Kentucky. I got my regular run and my assigned truck back out of the shop, so hopefully I can stay out of trouble for a while. Yeah, I got some broken clouds, 45 degrees as we roll along I-71. Hey, Mike, what day is it? There's horse feathers. We didn't get that in there for our official hump day, did we? Yeah, you're a day late and $1 short. It's too late. Horse's ass. I mean, horse feathers. All right, Dipsy Driver. Morning, Steve, and the most informed audience of the overnight drive. Partly cloudy 30 here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan tonight. Everybody have a great, safe Thursday. Midnight special. Reading the mail. Charlotte, North Carolina with 48 degrees. Good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. Hello, Larry. All right, it is indeed, I guess you'd have to call that a breaking news story. Yeah, that someone brought up a moment ago. This just coming in over the last 15, 30 minutes from the various news outlet. The ABC Post says Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has been hospitalized following a fall at a Washington, D.C. hotel, according to his team, late Wednesday night. A statement simply says, this evening, Leader McConnell tripped at a local hotel during a private dinner. He has been admitted to the hospital where he's receiving treatment. At this time, his team is not providing any further information on the extent of McConnell's injuries or how long he's expected to remain in the hospital. Now, Mitch is 81 years old, the Republican leader, of course, who overcame polio at a young age. He suffered a fall back in early August in 2019, where he fractured his shoulder. Of course, McConnell has served as the Republican leader in the Senate since 2007 and became the longest-serving party leader in the history of the Senate earlier this year, as a matter of fact. All right, so as we get more, we'll pass it on. Yeah, but they're not really telling us as far as, did he hit his head? What's going on? We don't know. Don't want to speculate, but that is a breaking news story. Well, our old pal Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, which, of course, many in this audience have stated before, when her lips are moving, she's lying. It's like a daily thing, right? Well, that indeed occurred this past day. She lied straight out when confronted about the Biden administration's handling of the border crisis, noting that the Mexican cartels kill Americans on this side of the border with drugs. Fox News correspondent Peter Doocy asked her why Biden is so comfortable with the cartels operating in close proximity to the United States. And as this question came after the cartel, of course, kidnapped 4 Americans, killing 2 of them earlier this week, just across the border. Well, Jean-Pierre responded by claiming fentanyl at the border is at historic lows, was her quote. Because of the work this president has done, because of what we've done specifically on fentanyl at the border, it's at historic lows. Historic levels that we've been able to record a number of personnel working to secure the border because of what we've been able to do, seizing that fentanyl. We've done it in a historic way. That's because of what this president has done. Well, there is, in fact, no good news to report about the trajectory of fentanyl in this country. Fentanyl seizures are breaking records. Last year alone, authorities seized approximately 380 million lethal doses of the drug. I mean, enough to kill every person in the United States and then some. Moreover, fentanyl overdose is the leading cause of death among U.S. adults ages 18 to 45. Fact. The rate of deaths from fentanyl in that age group is nearly 2 times that of deaths from auto accidents, according to Families Against Fentanyl. We'll have more on that coming up here, but flat out saying because of this president, hey, pay no attention, fentanyl is at historic lows in this country. All right, 3 Pinocchios, right? From the Washington Post. It's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Spring breakers heading south of the border should remember to pack one important item.
Anytime that you're traveling, common sense has to prevail.
Mark Hoffman, travel expert and owner of Sports Leisure Vacations, is warning spring breakers headed for Cabo, Cancun, and Tulum to exercise increased caution. He says to make sure you leave a paper trail and that someone at home has a copy of your itinerary and knows how and where to contact you. The size of the next interest rate increase is still up in the air. In a Capitol Hill hearing, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell said the increase will depend on incoming data on jobs and inflation. Powell is facing bipartisan criticism that average Americans stand to lose the most with rising interest rates. Powell believes hiking rates will cool the economy and bring inflation down. At the same time, new figures show an extremely tight job market is remaining resilient against inflation and interest rate hikes so far. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, real quick, like getting back to finishing up where Karine Jean-Pierre just pretty much flat out lied yesterday. They say determining exactly how many Americans die from fentanyl each year is difficult. That's because of how the CDC categorizes data from synthetic opioid overdoses. Still, the agency acknowledged the likelihood of what Families Against Fentanyl reports. If one assumes that the other synthetic narcotics category for those ages 18 to 45 is 90% fentanyl, then one could argue that unintentional fentanyl overdose is likely the leading cause in that age group. However, because we don't have exact numbers of fentanyl deaths for that age category, we can't say for certain that this is accurate. That's a spokesperson for the CDC. It is true, fentanyl seizures are at record levels, but that's because the cartels are emboldened to act with impunity on both sides of the border. Senator Ted Cruz argued on Tuesday, quote, Joe Biden becoming president is the best thing that ever happened to the Mexican drug cartels. Yeah, there you go. All right, the age-old debate. Twice a year, people across 70 countries change their clocks. Here in the U.S., the second Sunday of March, we move our clocks 1 hour ahead and repeat the mantra, spring forward, fall back. This year, daylight savings time starts 2 a.m. this upcoming Sunday, March the 12th. Of course, in November, we turn the clocks back an hour for standard time. This back and forth is disruptive both mentally and physically, according to the experts. So now is the time to start preparing our bodies for the potentially traumatic shift. I'll be honest, I don't, of course, being a third shift worker, those that are listening to me at this hour, our circadian rhythms are probably totally screwed to begin with. Yeah, we're not sleeping during the overnight hours. That's what your circadian clock's all about. But even by moving 1 hour of daylight from the morning to the evening, you are disrupting your circadian rhythm, the 24-hour cycle that's governed by your body's internal clock, they tell us. This mismatch in our biological clock and the environment leads to a number of non-optimal situations for health. According to a professor of neuroscience at the University of Texas Southwest Medical Center, he has studied circadian rhythm for decades. Not only does switching to daylight saving time disrupt our sleep, it leads to more car accidents, heart attacks, and ischemic strokes. While the American Academy of Sleep Medicine and other experts urge against permanent daylight savings time, the Sunshine Protection Act was reintroduced to the Senate last week. Senator Marco Rubio, looking to end the practice of turning back the clocks to standard time each November and making daylight savings time permanent. Now, the Senate passed that bill unanimously last March, but it died in the House before the end of the last session. So you're pretty much a new Congress. You're back to starting from scratch. Rubio says this ritual of changing time twice a year is stupid. He says locking the clock has overwhelming bipartisan and popular support. Yet many factions vote for permanent standard time. The American Academy of Sleep Medicine said the U.S. should eliminate daylight saving time and stick to a year-round standard time. Several reasons, they say. Sleep is critical for health. Disrupting our natural cycle can trigger depression, mood swings, even an increased risk of cardiovascular events like strokes. Study report published in 2019 in the Journal of Clinical Medicine found that the risk of heart attack was higher in the weeks following both the spring and fall time transition among the 100,000 people that were surveyed. Another doctor with the NASA Ames Research Center says there's really no reason we should continue to do this back and forth. The negative health consequences and negative effect on multi-vehicular crashes, it's just not worth it. Whatever your stance, DST versus standard time, having good sleep habits before the time change can help you through the shift, according to the doctor, the author of Sleep Solution. They suggest maybe shift your bedtime by, say, 15 minutes each day leading up to the time change. If your normal bedtime's 10 o'clock, your goal is to reach the new bedtime of 9 o'clock by this Saturday night before the time change. That means shifting your habits. Finish your evening meal a couple hours before bedtime. Avoid caffeine for at least 6 hours before you go to bed. Of course, drinking alcohol before bedtime can also disrupt your sleep. Consider relaxation techniques. Set the clocks forward before you go to bed. Although the time change doesn't officially occur before 2 a.m., try to set your watch, set your clocks to the new time before you go to bed if they don't adjust automatically. Prioritize sun exposure on the Sunday of the time change. Plan to spend time outside to help your body's internal clock adjust to the new timing of light and dark. Keep your schedule light. Try not to overload your schedule for Sunday and Monday in case you experience daytime sleepiness. It's best to avoid long drives right after the time change because of the potential dangers of drowsy driving. Lastly, take a short nap if necessary if you grapple with daytime sleepiness. In the days after switching the clock, a short 30-minute nap may be actually helpful. Yet naps are best in the early afternoon when you experience a dip in wakefulness. Avoid late afternoon naps that could further disrupt your overnight schedule. Of course, I don't know, for those third shift workers, do we do everything in reverse? All right. It is 844-844-3388. Well, hey, Mike, what day is it anyway?
I don't know. I'm all messed up. Heck, I only Tuesday there. I only got like 2 hours sleep, so I don't even know where I'm at this point. I'm just out here doing something. But yeah, I don't know. Us overnighters. Hey, I know about 3-4 o'clock in the morning there. I could use about 20 minutes of a good double eye shut eye there. You know, this holding one eye open with a toothpick there to let the other eye rest. You know, it gets kind of old after a while.
Oh yeah.
But anyways, there. So yeah, I'm all for you quit moving the clock. Just leave it on standard time. Do away with daylight savings time altogether. Leave it on standard time. Because I know you people out there in the western part of the eastern time zone, you don't need daylight at 10 o'clock at night. 9 o'clock's late enough for you guys to have daylight in the evening there. After that, you don't need no more. So if we leave it on standard time, you guys won't be having the sun up feeling like you're in Alaska there at 10 o'clock at night.
Hey, when that time of year rolls around, I literally go to bed when it's daylight, and when I get up in the evening, typically I get up about 9:30, and it's still daylight when I get up. I mean, and of course, I don't have the blockout or blackout blinds. And, you know, right now, this time of year, winter months, I get my best sleep because, you know, especially when the sun goes down at like 5 o'clock, I get total darkness. I really need to invest in some blackout blinds.
Well, you know, I was always under the impression that the princess rocked you to sleep every day.
Oh, yeah,
she
right.
Rock you, use like an 8 or 9 pound rock and smack you in the back of the head? Isn't that she
Right.
rocks you to sleep, isn't it? But, so anyways, hey, I hear on your news thing there, they were talking about people wanting to take vacations down there to Mexico. And like Pappy said, and I said it a long time ago there, that the last place anybody needs to go is south of the border. If nothing else, don't even do it for the financial reason. Don't go down there to give them your money. Spend your money vacationing somewhere else, somewhere where somebody will appreciate it, because they certainly don't appreciate it down there. Now, don't get me wrong; they're more than willing to take it from you, but they certainly don't appreciate you and your money. All they want is your money. They don't have any concern over you. But he said the first thing you should do when you're getting ready to go, and of course I yelled at the radios, pack a gun, and then he said leave a paper trail. Now,
I didn't.
Did you leave a
I didn't hear pack. He didn't say pack a gun.
I did. I yelled at the radio.
Okay,
I yelled at the radio. Pack. You know, that was my answer.
Yeah.
You know, like
do not do that. You'll end up in a dark, cold prison.
Oh, come on, Kyle Busch didn't do that.
Well,
fine
yeah.
for him.
Okay.
Yeah. So you wonder why Kyle Busch took a gun with him to Mexico. This last week, does that explain why Kyle Busch had a gun with him in Mexico?
Yep.
He didn't forget that he had it with him. He knew exactly where it was. His finger probably wasn't more than 6 inches away from the trigger at any time. But anyways, yeah. So my answer, like, is when you're watching Jeopardy, there was pack a gun, and then the guy on the radio says, "Well, you should leave a paper trail." Well, what's that paper trail going to do besides find your dead body with a hole in your head after the drug cartel is taking you and shot you? I mean, how is a paper trail going to protect you in Mexico? It's unreal. You're better off having your vehicle with South or North Carolina tags on it there, found abandoned and burned on the side of the highway, to have an idea where you're at than have a paper trail. But anyway, I don't know. Oh, what else? We had other things, and we got all going with that. And you gotta love our White House press secretary there. She just does such an excellent job of making sure she does the fact finding. Make sure the facts are correct before she spews out the. Oh, I guess she just is a written narrative, doesn't she? Does she even know how to do anything besides read off a piece of paper?
I don't believe so.
Probably not. And I hate to say it, we've all been wanting, term limits for our representatives there, as opposed to, because they're not statesmen anymore. They won't go to Washington and just do a job for a couple terms and either move on to a better position, try to get a better, higher up position to move on from, or go home, get out. So since they won't do that, do you think we should have age limits? I mean, we have age limits for other things in this country. Do you think there should be an age limit at some point? I mean, if you're going to be a great-great-grandparent, do you really think you have the real feel of what's going on with the general population in the country, or should you be home being a great-great-grandparent,
Right,
enjoying
right.
that? So, I don't know. It's time for people to go. And speaking of that, is there any more update there with, who was it there? Was it Mikulski out there in California that had the shingles? Is there any more update on her?
Oh, what's it? Feinstein, wasn't it? Feinstein.
Feinstein? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's the one. Yeah, Diane Feinstein. Yeah. So anyways, I'll just push my little shingles thing again here. I'm not telling you to get the vaccination, but as they say, the shingles could be already inside you, and if you don't want it to come out, there's only one way to stop it. But make your own informed decision. Don't go by what horse feather says. But I just know too many people that have been affected by it. So just get out there and do your due diligence, like you're supposed to look for intelligent callers and make sure that that's actually one of the things I kind of believe in. I don't believe in a lot of the other things they do, but I'm not an anti-vaxxer or anything.
Right,
But
right.
just be cautious and do your due diligence and make sure that you don't have problems like my friend who's actually coming along to almost a full recovery there with his almost detached retina, has been reattached and had injections in his eye to help it along, and he's almost back to full recovery. So I will pass that along. And you mentioned John Brown last night there. He wrote into you there that he had a little incident with a PennDOT snowplow, and I actually know John, and he pulls a fuel tanker, and the snowplow lightning took the steer axle out from underneath his truck and sliced open the outer skin of the fuel tank, and it did a good job on him there. And
Wow.
I don't know, the driver didn't know that he had 14 feet of steel hanging out on the front end of his truck when he made the turn, and that steel went out in the wrong side of the road and clipped John's truck or what. But John got banged up pretty good, and as he said, he's recovering, but he's got some sore spots there. He's nursing along there. So, but he's lucky no more happened to him than he did with what he got entangled with. So we'll pass that along there. So, but we've got prayers and thoughts out to everybody else there. Lauren Weiss and Heat Wave and all them's got all their stuff going on with their families and everything. So we're always thinking about all of them. Even if I can't get through in the evening to do the hey Mike. So I'm sure somebody was there able to step up and fill in and take care of that situation there.
Well, I know it wasn't for a lack of trying, because I know you were on hold 2, I believe 3 times. I was good. I guess you probably hung up at the toward the end of the show because it was only like 3 minutes left. I was going to squeeze you in, but
I actually my cell dropped then. So and then you got the 5-7 special sauce, and I'm like, that's the end of the day. So we'll just let it go with that. So, anyways, hey, we'll let you go with that. And you know your due diligence, don't you?
That's right.
I know you do.
Find an intelligent caller out there. All right. Hello to Timothy. Good morning. I just finished listening to the L.A. news on 3 officers being shot. All 3, they say, are going to be okay. But, yeah, that's a breaking headline. Not a whole lot of detail. Let me flip over what we find here. Let's see. 3 police officers shot and wounded while responding to a call in East Los Angeles Wednesday. Bullets flew near the intersection of Mission Road and North Broadway, where the 3 officers were struck. LAPD said the officers were rushed to an area hospital, didn't release information on the injuries or conditions. 2 of the wounded cops were patrol officers. A third was a canine unit officer. A gunman reportedly fled the scene and is barricaded somewhere nearby, according to the local outlet. That's from the New York Post here just a short time ago. So, yeah, that officially didn't say any word about the officers' conditions, so, yeah, prayers for them. All right, hello to Wheelchair Dave. He says, how did yesterday's afternoon launch go? It was supposed to be history being made. Well, it wasn't made just yet. I think he found that story. It was scrubbed. They have not rescheduled that yet, but That is an interesting story. We'll give you more coming up. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Let me see here. What was the scoop on the rocket launch? Yeah, a company called Relativity. They had scheduled a space launch this past afternoon. Supposed to have gone up at 1 o'clock. There was a 3-hour launch window. Liftoff of Tehran 1 was delayed after an automated abort this past afternoon. The update about 3:30 Eastern said Relativity Space scrubbed the debut launch following an automated abort. A new launch date has not yet been announced, but what was historic about this, and yes, Wheelchair Dave I had just come across. I was going to ask Philip about that. Yeah, maybe, and of course we can ask him about it when he calls in if he does check in later this morning. Relativity Space, which I haven't really heard of. Their Tehran 1 rocket, the world's first 3D printed launcher. How do you do that? It was slated to fly for the first time this past day. The 110-foot tall Tehran 1 was indeed scheduled for liftoff from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station during a 3-hour window that opened at 1 o'clock. A landmark mission for Relativity Space and for spaceflight technology in general. The 2-stage Tehran 1 is the first rocket ever built primarily via 3D printing. This first Tehran 1 is about 85% 3D printed by mass, although the company's aim is to boost that to 95% for future vehicles. One key goal of this test flight, therefore, is to show the vehicle is robust enough to handle the rigors of launch. As for flight success, what would it be, or what will it be? Safely clearing the pad, getting out over the ocean, passing Max Q. That would be a big inflection point. Relativity Space representatives told Space.com Max Q is the point where the structural loads on the vehicle are the highest, making it one of the most challenging phases of flight. So passing that milestone would effectively demonstrate that 3D printed rockets are structurally viable in addition to already successfully completing acceptance testing on the ground, at the factory, at these max stresses. Getting all the way to low Earth orbit, they said, would be a total home run. Yeah, rocket is not slated to deploy anything even when and if it does reach low Earth orbit. It's carrying a viable payload, not carrying a viable payload, just a commemorative 3D printed metal ring that weighs about 3.3 pounds. But yeah, we'll let you know when that time comes for a rescheduled launch. But a 3D printed rocket? I don't really grasp all that stuff, but hey, news break time on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Where did COVID come from? The topic of a hearing in the House on Wednesday. Correspondent John Schaefer.
The GOP-led hearing is focusing on Dr. Anthony Fauci and his efforts to disprove a lab leak theory is behind COVID-19.
That's the part that ticks us off, because this is the highest paid guy in our government getting all kinds of money to tell us things that were not accurate.
Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan says Dr. Fauci benefited from U.S. taxpayer-funded research at the Chinese Wuhan lab. For their part, Democrats like California's Raul Ruiz say,
the facts are the evidence remains inconclusive.
Wall Street is closing with stocks mixed as the market tries to recover after yesterday's sell-off. Investors fear more rate hikes after data showed last month's private payrolls report came in hotter than expected, showing the economy is standing strong against the Federal Reserve's rate hikes. Following a deadly ordeal involving 4 mistaken and kidnapped Americans, 2 of whom died near Matamoros, Mexico, U.S. officials are issuing advisories for those who wish to head south of the border for spring break. Mark Hoffman recommends to heed the warnings.
If you're staying within a major resort area that has its own security, then you're probably okay. If you're an off-the-beaten-track person who likes to go to out-of-the-way places and things like that, then this is probably not the time for that.
Russia is working to strengthen ties to Americans in media and politics in order to influence U.S. elections. That's according to a new report from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Reaction to a DOJ report on police in Louisville, Kentucky is a mix of shock and a call for action.
All of this is really hard to hear and hard to accept.
Mayor Craig Greenberg. The report said the department engaged in a pattern of civil rights violations, including using excessive force and discriminating against black people. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The NTSB is now investigating in Central Florida, where 4 people died in a mid-air collision between 2 planes. Air safety investigator Lynn Spencer says their investigation will focus on the man, the machine, and the environment.
Because this was a mid-air collision, it will be very important for us to look at the impact signatures in order to determine the angle of impact of these 2 airplanes.
Spencer says their first priority will be to recover the body of one of the occupants of the Piper Cherokee aircraft. Then she says they'll raise the plane from the bottom of Lake Hartridge in Winter Haven and take both aircraft to a secure location to complete what's likely to be a 12 to 18-month investigation. Federal investigators suspect a Tesla was operating on its automated driving system when it crashed into a fire truck, killing the driver and critically injuring the passenger. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says it has dispatched a special crash investigation team to look into the February 18th crash on Interstate 680. It's part of a larger investigation into multiple instances of Teslas on autopilot crashing into parked emergency vehicles, tending to other crashes. The president's going to roll out his budget proposal Thursday in Philadelphia.
The president budget will cut the deficit by nearly $3 trillion over the next 10 years.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the budget will include raising the Medicare tax on those making more than $400,000 per year to extend the program for decades. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hour number 2. What do we see here? Make our way into a Thursday. Yeah, all kind of breaking news this morning. Let me flip back over to Ukraine, where the Associated Press reports Russia unleashing a massive missile barrage on cities across Ukraine early Thursday. targeting energy infrastructure facilities. The first attack on such a scale in nearly a month. Ukraine officials said residential buildings were hit. No immediate word on casualty. Air raid sirens wailing for hours across Ukraine, including the capital, Kyiv, where residents were jolted out of bed by explosions. Not immediately clear how many missiles had struck targets in Kyiv or whether the sounds were missiles being intercepted by defense systems, which were activated in multiple regions of the country. Kyiv's mayor said explosions were reported in the Halovsky district. Emergency services were headed that way. In eastern Ukraine, 15 missiles struck Kharkiv in the outlying northeast region, hitting residential buildings. The governor there promised to reveal more details about the scale of the damage or casualties in what is the second largest city in Ukraine. But objects of critical infrastructure is again in the crosshairs. The Kharkiv mayor tells the Telegram there were problems with electricity in some parts of that city. The governor of southern Odessa region reporting strikes on Odessa, saying energy facilities and residential buildings hit there. The second wave was expected right now. That was the report from the Telegram about 2 hours ago. Railways reported power outages in certain area, trains being delayed. Preventive emergency power cuts were applied in Kyiv, knocking at about 15% of the capital's consumers there. More explosions reported in the northern city of Chernihiv and the western Lviv region, as well as in, there's 3 other cities. Ukrainian media also reports explosion in the western regions of Ivano and Ternopil. All right, big offensive underway with Russia in Ukraine here on a Thursday morning. All right, Rick Friend joined us a little bit late. He says, any updates on Mitch McConnell? Not really, just the confirmation that he had fallen, was hospitalized, and is being treated. Pretty much all they've given at this point in time. But the Senate right now, I mean, Senate's without several members due to illness. Of course, Dianne Feinstein at 90 years old, taken to the hospital last week where she's being treated for shingles. John Fetterman, of course, who suffered the stroke during the campaign last year, expected to remain out for some weeks yet, receiving care for clinical depression. McConnell, of course, at 81. Who else is out right now? I thought there was one other, but yeah, so numerous, Senate votes not being able to be cast due to being out. All right, under the industry headlines, what do we hear? In the month of September, I remember reporting on this, the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet announced the installation of what they referred to as driver-focused cameras at way stations along I-75 in Kentucky. These cameras said to be an effort by local authorities to limit distracted driving, but only within commercial motor vehicles. At the time, the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet said the number of commercial vehicle operators that comply with federal regulations would be the gauge of success. All right, so let's fast forward to, here we are, March of 23. These cameras are now resulting in violations being issued. And in a recent case relayed to OOIDA days after the driver had left the scale. In this instance, a seatbelt violation and a logbook violation were issued by using photos from the driver-focused cameras. Executive Vice President Louis Pugh expressed the association's concern about these practices in the initial report on the driver-focused cameras in the Bluegrass. We're always concerned when we hear of more surveillance on truckers in the name of safety. There are many more questions that need to be answered about whether these are well-meaning or just more intrusive efforts against truckers in Kentucky. Kentucky got a high-priority grant from the FMCSA to fund the installation of these cameras. Louis said it would seem we could spend those dollars much more effectively in helping make the roads safer for the public than what some in-cab viewing cameras are going to do. But be aware, crossing the scales, they're monitoring your inside your cab in the bluegrass. Well, what we say, 5-7, good morning.
Oh, a lot of people say I say too much. So, hey, I got a kick out of a reel this day. Chucky Schumer going after Tucker Carlson and his videos. Yeah. And I mean, it sounded like to me he was threatening Fox News. I mean, can you imagine Trump would have been doing that? I mean, going after the leadership of NBC, ABC, any of them. And, I mean, apparently it must be good because, don't believe in what you see, just believe in me. A year ago, a little over a year, not long after, there was just one clip of these, several people walking the rope line. I think I commented on that to you. I said, it seemed like it was that violent. Why is the rope line still, through the Capitol? Why is it still standing? Some of that didn't make sense. Now, I'm going to throw out a conspiracy here.
Oh, boy.
On the outside, I know. On the outside, because I'm still wondering, I wish somebody had asked the question, where was Antifa on that day? Now, I'm pretty sure Antifa was well mixed in the crowd. We've seen the video of a red hat, Trump supporter going, complaining to the Capitol Police, why are you letting them tear up our Capitol? I have a funny feeling that Antifa was on the outside of the Capitol and doing all that damage and the violence for the photo op. Because, face it, Trump supporters have been peaceful other than a one-on-one where, hey, you walk into a biker bar and, you got all these leather-clad Harley guys, and you walk in, you got a pink Honda jacket with Honda on the back, and yell out, Harley sucks, and you expect to get out of there with your teeth. Well, people get emotional. But face it, it's been old people with walkers, people standing there, mature people that have been at the rallies along with the young people. Now, this video has been showing there's not a lot of violence going inside the Capitol. It showed a few people that are doing, vandalism. Everybody that's in the Capitol was breaking the law, okay? If they didn't belong there, you got trespassing laws, okay? I got that. Vandalism, they need to do their time. But I'm sorry, Chuck Schumer, I'm sorry. I'm going to believe what I see, and I'm not going to believe in thee. And then you got Romney and the rest of the rhinos up there saying, "Oh, I was under real danger." They're so involved in themselves. I mean, they're bragging that I was in the danger zone. No. They had you out of there in no time. They were going after one of the senators, the Josh, whatever his name is, laughing at him. He supported these people, but he was running like a scared rabbit. Yeah. Well, and they showed a video of him running, but what they did is doctored the clip. The Capitol Police was fast walking and fast moving everybody, all our politicians, and get them into a safe zone. Right. So everybody was sort of hustling, and they were doing their job, no problem. All right, and then finally, Lester Holt. I seen a clip of him making a comment on Tucker's videos. Well, what Lester did was edit it so Tucker Carlson saying these were not insurrectionists; they were more like tourists. And then he showed those, in my book, Antifa outside trying to tear up the outside of the building. So they doctored it up to make it look like Tucker was saying something he was not. So it keeps going on and on. But hey, thank God for thank God for the conservative radio, conservative shows. I mean, they're not getting away with it. It just amazes me that there just needs to be more questions on some of this stuff. And hey, let's bring in everybody from the 6th. Stand them there. I would like to have Nancy Pelosi answer why she turned down the National Guard for Donald J. Trump. Why? And why she shouldn't take responsibility for Lieutenant Bryan killing Ashley Babbitt, murdering her in the Capitol, the only victim on the 6th. Oh, by the way, that video does show the officer that ends up dying later, I guess, from a heart attack.
Correct.
He was wearing a helmet. He wasn't hit that we know of with a fire extinguisher.
Yep.
And remember, they laid him in state. The Democrats have used the body of a Capitol policeman for their benefit all the way down the line. So what is, and I've spent most of the day trying to find, I thought Tucker promised us a second video yesterday. I looked for his post off his page. I'm sort of wondered.
I don't think anything more was released on Tuesday. Undoubtedly, more will at some point in time. But yeah, the initial report, like Monday night when he unveiled like the 3 different videos, I thought they said they were going to have more for the Tuesday. Maybe they're just going to spread things out, or I don't know. Now you mentioned Antifa. Antifa is in the crowd no matter where protests are taking place in this day and age. Undoubtedly, especially in light of the fact it was well publicized that thousands or tens of thousands of Trump supporters were going to be converging in D.C. They were there without a doubt. Now, we also know the rioters in Atlanta this past weekend. Probably some Antifa in the mix, some anarchists in the mix. These folks are facing some real time. The suspect charged with domestic terrorism, violent protest in Atlanta at the proposed police training facility, could spend 5 to 35 years behind bars. And Georgia's Attorney General said, and that would be appropriate. We defend the right for individuals to peacefully protest and disagree with their government. They can disagree with this training center. But protesters use words. Rioters use violence. When you come to the state of Georgia and you start throwing rocks and bottles and Molotov cocktails, you light police cars and construction vehicles on fire, and you shoot police officers, these are criminal acts. We're not going to look the other way. We're going to hold you accountable, and that's exactly what we're doing in this case. Now, we heard earlier this week only 2 of the 23 charged were actually from the state of Georgia. 2 were from France and Canada. The others came in from states like Arizona, Colorado, and Utah. Now, Carr said, I think that's very telling. Coming out of 2020 with the social justice unrest we had, what were people saying? Some on the left were talking about defunding the police. Others were saying we need better trained officers. This is what the community in Atlanta have done. But instead, anarchists who don't believe in the rule of law are coming to Atlanta to protest. And the acts of violence won't stop with the training center. Tomorrow it could be about an economic development project in your neighborhood or somebody they disagree with. So it's got to stop, and it's got to stop now. Meanwhile, there's an increased security to protect police officers and the grounds of this proposed facility. And Georgia has introduced legislation that makes it a crime to put personal information about law enforcement and their families online to cause harm or harass them. It is 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
There's been a lot of talk about people going south at the border. Spring breaks are coming. And even in light of all the advisories and recommendations not to go, we can only hope and pray for the best. Former FBI Assistant Director is warning Americans that nowhere in Mexico is safe from the cartels. As we know the story now, that the 4 that went in, 2 found alive, 2 were dead. Still being investigated, but U.S. and Mexican authorities believe they were mistaken for a rival human trafficking gang. And then they were taken by members of the Gulf Cartel. Now, Tamaulipas is among 6 Mexican states that are currently the subjects of do not travel advisors. I mean, absolutely don't go into these regions. 30 of Mexico's 32 states are currently the subject of some kind of warning or advisory by the U.S. government. The only 2 states that are free of them are Yucatan and Campeche, near Cancun. The advice for Quintana Roo, which takes in Cancun, Playa del Carmen, and Tulum, is to exercise increased caution. But former FBI Assistant Director Tom Fuentes this past day said even what look like safe resorts, it may not be as secure as many Americans think. If you're on the highway, you're vulnerable. In this case, it sounds like the cartels had set up a checkpoint, basically like a toll gate, that you had to go through them. Sounds like the van tried to just run past them. That's when the cartels opened fire. former national security advisor, added the majority of Mexico is actually in the control of the cartels. The government does not control all the territory there. In fact, the government of Mexico for decades has actually been complicit in ceding control. It's wonderful to travel overseas. It's not the same as traveling in the United States, no matter what the bargain or what the deal is you can get. You have to understand what life is like for people in the country. Warning U.S. tourists against driving into Mexico. Advised dressing inconspicuously once you're there. Don't drive across the border if you want to go to Mexico. Again, be careful. Fly in. Go to the tourist areas. That's where you're going to be the safest. And carry that cell phone. Let people know where you are. Do not wear jewelry. Do not flash cash. Do not dress so much like an American, wearing like baseball uniforms for baseball teams or football teams. Now, Lindsey Graham is championing a bill that would allow the American military to enter Mexico and stabilize the ongoing unrest. What is Lindsey talking about? Are you trying to get us militarily involved with going up against the Mexican cartels? That sounds pretty much like exactly what Lindsey's proposing. Are we up for such a move? We'll get your thoughts after we give you the rest of the story. Coming up on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Spring breakers heading south of the border should remember to pack one important item.
Anytime that you're traveling, common sense has to prevail.
Mark Hoffman, travel expert and owner of Sports Leisure Vacations, is warning spring breakers headed for Cabo, Cancun, and Tulum to exercise increased caution. He says to make sure you leave a paper trail and that someone at home has a copy of your itinerary and knows how and where to contact you. The size of the next interest rate increase is still up in the air. In a Capitol Hill hearing, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell said the increase will depend on incoming data on jobs and inflation. Powell is facing bipartisan criticism that average Americans stand to lose the most with rising interest rates. Powell believes hiking rates will cool the economy and bring inflation down. At the same time, new figures show an extremely tight job market is remaining resilient against inflation and interest rate hikes so far. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I don't know. I can't help but ask, what are you thinking there, Lindsey? Lindsey Graham championing a bill that would allow the American military to enter Mexico and stabilize the unrest. I would follow Bill Barr's advice and get tough on Mexico. It's not just the hostages. Number one, I'd do everything to get them back. I'd put Mexico on notice. If you continue to give safe haven, to fentanyl drug dealers, then you're an enemy of the United States. I would tell the Mexican government, if you don't clean up your act, we're going to clean it up for you. Now, that's a quote from Lindsey on Fox News. Now, military action across the border would require an authorization for use of military force, which can only be secured if passed through Congress and signed into law by the president. Congress would need a 2/3 majority to overrule the president. Now, others, including the mayors of border towns, they say, are supporting Graham's proposal. It's going to be up to the Mexican government to stabilize or let us help them stabilize, according to the mayor of McAllen. Others have called for the U.S. to declare war on the cartels. Robert Alamont, former U.S. Marshal, said this past day, we need to get angry, and I'm waiting for more people to get angry. I'm waiting for the White House to get angry because the Mexican government has failed its people. It's failing the United States and our citizens as well. And it's time for us to do something. Boy, that's pretty strong talk. I don't know. 844-844-3388. Morning, Daryl. What's happening?
Good morning.
Morning. Good to have you on board. What's up?
How are you, Steve? How's
Hanging
the
with
family?
them. Doing well. Everybody doing good. Thank you so much.
Every time you advertise that mattress for truck drivers, my back hurts. I bounced around for 5 years on about 4-inch piece of foam in the back of one of those trucks.
Yep.
I could have used one of those mattresses.
Yes, you could.
There are places that if I had friends come here from England or come here from India, I would not recommend driving, Steve. South Chicago might be one of them. I was coming back from Milwaukee one Sunday and thought I'd just breeze back through Chicago and got caught behind 30,000 people going to a Cubs game. I was out of gas, had to get off, went down into South Chicago to try to get gas. There was sirens, there was ambulances, there was fire trucks, there was police everywhere. And I was afraid to leave my wife in the car while I went in and paid for the gas.
Mm-hmm.
I was never so glad to get out of there in all my life with my car in one piece. You talked about Mr. Love of the Love's travel stations passing away. And I was thinking of Mr. Walton from Bentonville, Arkansas, that started Walmart. And he started with a little dime store and used to drive a Ford pickup truck around town. These two guys came from real small towns in Arkansas, Mr. Love in Oklahoma. And I was just wondering what there was about small town living that produced these gigantic businessmen. And there has to be something in the education or the way they learned to trade or the way they were raised or their faith that caused them to be so successful.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think it was?
Gerald, do you remember the time when you could go into a Walmart store and all over the store, end displays, products that showed the manufacturing facilities and employees made in the USA? This is keeping this many workers in the U.S. employed. All over the store, they had products made in the USA. Those were the early days. I don't know, somewhere down the line, things dramatically changed.
Yes. Yes, they did. And I was in San Diego, and they have a big ship, a big warship there. And you can go on it and take tours of it. So I went to the little store that was on the ship, and they got a big sign on the ship said this ship shot down 6 Russian MiGs in its days of service.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to get a little boat or a little airplane for my grandkids. And everything in that store was made in China. And on board this U.S. ship was a destroyer. And I thought this admiral would roll over in his grave if he could see this ship that shot down 6 MiGs selling toys made in China. It don't make sense.
Right.
But I just think that there's something about small town living that produced these men. And I knew there's that. I can't remember the name of the trucking company, but there's a big trucking company. You see them on all the railroad tracks, JD something. He used to wear overalls around town and was just a common man. And now his trucks are all over the United States and running up and down the railroad tracks. I would like to see a book written sometime about these men that came out of small towns that became such gigantic businessmen. That was my thoughts this morning. I hope you have a good weekend and a good rest.
Thank you so much.
I'll talk to you later.
That would undoubtedly make for a good read, wouldn't it? All right, Senor Heatwave. What's going on? Happy Thursday.
Good morning, Senor. For the gentleman that couldn't remember the last name,
Hunt?
it's J.B. Hunt.
Hunt.
Yes.
Yes. I knew he was
tell
talking
you
about.
what, he has got just a boatload of containers on these trains going west and east. And most times it's almost exclusively J.B. Hunt containers.
Intermodal.
Full loaded, I don't know. But I mean, it is amazing just how much he has. And you really don't see a whole lot of J.B. Hunt drivers out here west of I-35. You know, where they're being hired at is where these rail yards are. And then if it doesn't go on the ship, then they make, you know, take it down, break it down, make deliveries wherever, you know, if it's a few miles away or 100 miles away from the terminal, then they make deliveries. But yeah, J.B. Hunt, big time in the rail. Snyder's not that far behind. I mean, they've got their containers up there as well, but not anything like what J.B. Hunt has. Walmart, they're in Bloomington area, in Colton area. They have, right off of the I-10, they have got, it must be at least 5 stories tall worth of cargo containers. It says Walmart right on the side. And I mean, it's not just, you know, a couple of them. I mean, it is a whole bunch of them. So I think that's what this is going to. It's going to containers. And I mean, if you can just pay pennies a mile instead of paying what they're paying the drivers out here, you know, comparatively, yeah, I think we may be seeing the end of the industry. Not now, not in 10 years, but I know in the future it's going to be rail, and you're just going to have local delivery. Well, I've been advocating for a while that I'm sure we know where the cartels are. In fact, I'm sure they're painting a bullseye on their roof saying, "We're here," and they're laughing their damn full heads off because they know our government will not do anything because they're under the protection of the Mexican government. You know, so you know, I still advocate the idea of flying drones at the border and shooting some Hellfire missiles at these people. You know, let's go ahead and designate these as foreign terrorist organizations. I mean, we're not any better over here with Antifa and whatever else we got going on. But I mean, those guys are actually killing us. And Cringe, good, I hate listening to her. There's about a good solid 10 people on both sides of the party line that I just tune out, just because they raise my blood pressure and I don't need to stroke out here on the road. But, you know, let's, you know, if we had strong leadership, we wouldn't be seeing this record number of confiscations at the border. Like you said, they're emboldened. Well, they're not doing a whole hell of a lot, so let's just go ahead and, you know, strap these on to people going through. Well, that's fine. When you catch somebody and you do a search and you find the drugs on them, what about them other idiots that are getaways? You know, they just disappeared. Well, I'm sure that their drugs went with them.
Well, you know, I mean, they try to cite the record number of seizures. I mean, granted, we are seizing more of it, but I mean, they wouldn't be shipping it. They wouldn't be attempting to bring it in if they weren't the same way, if they weren't successful in getting plenty of it in here. I mean, they changed their tactics. So, I mean, it's just, I guess, what they call it, the cost of doing business. I mean, yeah, okay, so we're going to lose 50% of our product, but the 50% that gets through will more than cover the cost. So
the greater the risk, the greater the rewards. So, oops, did I lose you? Hello.
No, we got you there. So what do you think about Lindsey Graham's proposal? I mean, you support the idea of going after the cartels, and would we want U.S. troops, boots on the ground, trying to battle these cartels in Mexico?
I think I would support the boots on the ground on our side of the border, making sure that they, illegal aliens and the cartels, do not come over here. I would support having the drones up there with the missiles, pinpoint shots, not just scattered or sending people over there to bleed on their soil. We already had one Mexican-American war, and I think we won that pretty handily. There's a story about a Texas Ranger during the occupation went into a bar, and the patrons of the bar carved him up into little pieces and sent him back across the border, and that really made the Rangers mad. So the Texas Rangers went down and they cleaned up the bar, they cleaned up the neighborhood, actually they cleaned up the city. And the citizens were so pleased that the Rangers had come down and cleaned up their community, they asked them to stay. But I'm really getting tired of us having to fight for someone else's freedom. You just protect our border. That's all there is to it. Secure the damn thing. Don't just be, hateful. Oh, the border's secured. No, it's not. Secure the damn border. Cringe. Shut up. Giggles. Shut up. Yep. Joe, I hope they found the brain when they cut your head off to take a look, see if you had one in there. Good night. And the issue with term limits. If the president is going to be limited to 8 years, 2 terms, then I think the Senate ought to be limited to 2 terms as well. And I believe that the Congress, the House of Representatives said, ought to be limited to 3 terms, 6 years. They can go ahead and go from one house to the other, and do 20, but that would be the absolute limit.
Yeah. None of this 40, 50, 60-year stuff. Lifetime politicians, like Bernie Sanders. Has the guy ever done anything but live off the taxpayer's dime? And we'll take a time out there. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, I think I would call this some good news along the southern border. A federal judge this past day agreeing with the state's Republican Attorney General, this is in Florida, that the policy of Joe Biden's administration to release many people who illegally crossed the U.S.-Mexico border rather than detain them violates U.S. immigration law. You think? U.S. District Judge Kent Wetherill blocking the administration from continuing to implement a 2021 Department of Homeland Security memo that had authorized alternatives to detention to ease the overcrowding at the detention facilities. These alternatives included simply placing an ankle bracelet or giving them a smartphone or do a check-in by immigration officials. That is what most of us call catch and release. The judge appointed by none other than former President Trump said federal immigration authorities lack the power to implement those alternatives on a widespread basis under existing law. The judge agreed with the argument made by Florida's Attorney General. Defendants have effectively turned the southwest border into a meaningless line in the sand and little more than a speed bump for aliens flooding into the country, says the judge. He gave the administration 7 days to file an appeal before his decision takes effect. Moody's office and the Department of Homeland Security did not immediately respond for request. The administration says they don't have the resources and the detention capacity to process this surge of migrants. Now, yesterday's ruling could lead to a significant increase in the number of people held in those detention centers. Moody's sued the Department of Homeland Security in 21, claiming their policy, officially known as Parole Plus Alternative to Detention, violates U.S. law, which is called the Immigration and Nationality Act. More than 100,000 people have been released into the state of Florida as a result of this policy, forcing the state to incur substantial costs to provide social services. Now, federal immigration law allows the Department of Homeland Security to parole migrants rather than detaining them on a case-by-case basis for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit. The administration argued that it was an exercise of that discretion because overcrowding in detention centers amounted to a humanitarian crisis. Well, they wouldn't be in the detention centers if they weren't just waltzing across the border now, would they? Good morning, Hillbilly. Well, let me click on the mouse again. There you go. Pick him up. Go on.
There you are. Got to hit the button first. Did you touch up on that L.A. shooting that's going on tonight? Several police officers shot.
3 officers shot. No, someone posted that they were going to be okay. The only story I found that they didn't release any information on the officer's condition. I haven't seen an update since that.
I just got when I first left the house, I heard a blurb on the local country station there, and they said the SWAT teams got them surrounded. They barricaded in. That's all I've got.
Yeah, right. They did say that, the individual that shot was barricaded and surrounded, so.
I just pray for the officers and their families, make sure that they're safe and they recover well.
Yeah, I just did a quick search, and now the headline from the LA Times says, suspect dead after allegedly shooting 3 LA officers, the 3 LAPD officers in stable condition.
Good deal.
Yep.
Good deal. The Mexican border, I'm not a fan about putting boots on the ground unless it's for reconnaissance and send the drones in like that caller before me said, and use the missiles from the drones that way. Start putting troops on the ground there, that's all out war, ain't it?
Pretty much.
In my
Yep.
book.
Yep.
So, I mean, send the drones there, you have less casualties, less casualties. But you want to have reconnaissance and make sure you're hitting the right ones and not the innocent people. Which, the cartel, can you tell them the difference between the innocent people and them?
That's
kind of like guerrilla
the
warfare.
key. Exactly. Yep.
So, I mean, it's a catch-22 when it comes to that. Capital rights, American people was lied to when that story first come out. I mean, they started running them clips because, I mean, they doctored them up for their agenda. I mean, that's all it was to it. I mean, truth's coming out and they're not liking it.
Yep.
That's my opinion.
Well, hold that thought there, Hillbilly, because the clock says we got to hit a news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. A hearing on Capitol Hill today focusing on the origins of COVID-19. Republicans are pointing the finger at Dr. Anthony Fauci and his efforts to disprove a lab leak theory.
That's the part that ticks us off because this is the highest paid guy in our government getting all kinds of money to tell us things that were not accurate.
Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan says Dr. Fauci benefited from U.S. taxpayer-funded research at the Chinese Wuhan lab, then later said the lab leak theory was a far-fetched conspiracy. Senator Lindsey Graham says he'll be introducing legislation in the coming days, taking on Mexican drug cartels.
Drug cartels in Mexico have been terrorizing Americans for decades. We're going to unleash the fury and might of the United States against these cartels.
Graham wants to designate the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. He says that would give the U.S. government broader authority to target cartels and their conspirators. With spring break upon us, there are growing concerns about travel to Mexico. That comes in the wake of the kidnapping of 4 Americans, 2 of whom were killed by Mexican drug cartels. The U.S. State Department has issued a travel advisory for most of Mexico. Even popular resort areas like Cancun and Cozumel are under the increased caution category. The White House is joining those who are condemning Fox News host Tucker Carlson for his depiction of the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
We agree with Fox Nation's own attorneys and executives who have repeatedly stressed in multiple courts of law that Tucker Carlson is not credible.
Earlier this week, Carlson released security footage given to him exclusively by House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and argued only a small number of people illegally entered the Capitol during the riot. And President Biden heading to Philadelphia tomorrow. That's where he will roll out his new budget proposal. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The release of additional footage of the Tyree Nichols beating at the hands of Memphis police officers is being delayed. A judge ordered the delay after a challenge from an attorney representing one of the former officers charged in Nichols' death. The additional footage was expected to contain audio from after the beating and more footage after an ambulance took Nichols to the hospital. Lawmakers in Washington are looking into the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan.
A House Foreign Affairs Committee is examining the 2021 military withdrawal from Afghanistan. Texas Republican Congressman Michael McCall suggests the Biden administration failed to consider all scenarios before Kabul's government collapsed.
As a result, when the Taliban rapidly captured territory during the summer of 2021 and entered Kabul on August 15th, we simply weren't ready.
Democrats contend one of the most dangerous and complex scenarios unfolded, catching the military and intelligence community off guard. I'm Tim Berg.
NBA star Jay Morant will not face any charges in Colorado over an incident involving a gun last weekend. Morant posted a video of himself at a club displaying the gun, but police say there is no probable cause to charge Morant and that no disturbances were reported and no one was threatened. Prince Harry and his wife Meghan say their daughter was christened in a private ceremony in California. They also revealed she will use the royal title of princess. Princess Lilibet Diana was baptized by the Archbishop of Los Angeles. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
right, so the update from L.A. Suspect has died after a confrontation that left 3 LAPD officers wounded Wednesday night. Police called to the Lincoln Heights neighborhood of Los Angeles earlier in the day for an investigation into a parolee at large and came across the person who refused to comply with commands. According to the police, at one point during the search, the suspect exited and fired at officers, wounding 3. During the confrontation with the suspect, at least one officer returned fire, but how many officers opened fire and the number of shots fired is still under investigation. The officers, described as senior canine officers, were all taken to an area hospital where they're listed in stable condition. Authorities did not name the suspect or provide information on how that person died. A citywide tactical alert was issued Wednesday evening as the standoff unfolded. Aerial footage from the scene showing a major police presence or response to the Lincoln Heights neighborhood. All right, Hillbilly, there you go. There's the update. Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, about the Capitol riots. I mean, I just listened on your news feed there, and there's very few people entered the Capitol. I mean, compared to how many people were there at the Capitol, that's a true statement, but I think they were doctored and people were put in to cause the riots, to cause the arrest, you know what I'm saying. That's, but the truth's coming out on all that. I think Horsefighter touched on the term limits, and I totally agree with them, except for the Congress and Senate just be 2 terms each, and that's it, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been advocating that for years. I mean, way our government was made by our forefathers, it was you went in and did your time, and you went back home and went back to work.
Back to your job. Yeah,
right.
Serving in Congress was never meant to be a job.
Exactly, or a career.
A career, yes.
As they put it. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess it started back with the Kennedys, being a career back in the 50s and 60s. I ain't mistaken reading the history books, but they should have been term limits a long time ago, but the only way we're going to get that is the president does an executive order or they put it to a constitutional vote on the ballots for the American people to vote on.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way I can see it happening. Because, I mean, they give themselves pay raises every year and don't think of that. And I wish I could give myself a pay raise. Don't you, Steve?
I wish I could. Yeah, right. Wouldn't that be nice?
I'm telling you.
Every year, sure.
I never understood that, but the people going on spring break, I mean, kids will be kids, but I don't understand. You put mornings out that don't go to Mexico, and the times I've been on cruises and going to Cancun, stuff like that, I barely got off the boat and just a little bit in town because I've always, I figured I don't want to venture too far because, I mean, you always hear horror stories every year of someone getting captured or killed. I mean, that's been going on for how long, Steve? Years?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So that's just one of them things. But I took enough of your time to let someone else get in here, Steve. Have a good night.
Good to hear from you. Hillbilly, safe travels out there. Thanks for checking in. It's been a while. Well, you say Scarecrow. Where you been?
Well, I've been hiding under a rock, man. No, it's been a challenge all week. I've gotten shy to call in early, and the shipper hasn't cooperated on the tail end of the program. But we squeezed one off here at the moment. When Heat Wave wondered if he still had you there. I too was thinking I was going to have to reboot or whatever. It's like the feed just kind of hiccuped for a little bit there. But no, here we go again. Every time I leave the house, I stare at them damn snow shovels, wishing they would disappear. But knowing better, they're going to be around for another month, for us yet. I think we got another 5 to 9 coming this afternoon and overnight. Tonight now, and reflecting back on, I think that was Monday morning up our way. We had held 34 degrees all night, but man, we end up with 3-4 inches of the white slushy snow on the road. Every time I pulled out to get around the 30-mile-an-hour traffic, shucks, I had to drop a gear or two because the truck just would not pull it. Then, that heavy fat snowflakes, you had to keep your eyes darting back and forth. It just was so hypnotizing, and you almost got dizzy from it. By these Freightliner Cascadia, especially the short hoods, they allow so much headlight to escape, up in the air, and you got them snowballs coming right at you all the time.
Mm-hmm.
The wipers, they looked like a couple Pee Wee League baseball bats flopping back and forth there. But we made it through that night, and I'm preparing for the next round here. And then, let's see, I had all kinds of other goodies for you here, but I don't think it's really too early for the DA of the Week nominations here. We're rolling into Friday shortly. And this was last night. I told my bride years and years back, and she's reminded me, she's remembered this too. I told her, always look as far ahead as you can, driving down the road. If you can see 5 miles ahead, all that much better. Prepare you. Well, I had there's 3 other big rigs behind me, maybe 1,000 feet, not quite, and sweeping around a curve, I could see about a half mile ahead a big rig on the shoulder, 4 ways, and he was through a fairly tight sweeping curve. So at this point, all 4 of us could see that truck sitting there, Steve, if we wanted to. But so I give it a little while and then shifted over to the left lane. Now the first truck behind me, he was paying so little attention, he had to jerk his wheel. I saw him shift, about 3 feet over the center line to avoid sideswiping that truck. Never mind that had Arnold Brothers on the side. But likewise, those 2 behind him, they should have been able to see him, given that the curve swept to the left, that they would have seen him too. But no, they all but knocked his reflectors over when they went by him. So we got a triad of nominees here at the moment, Steve. And then we have to expand this nominating process a little bit, Steve. I sent you a picture last night that I was not able to call in and comment on. And this would fall into a new category. This would be the asshole of the day, week, or month. We could fill every one of those slots, but no, I took that picture. In fact, I'm going to be pulling into the fuel stop here in a couple of minutes. Same one as last night. I reached in fact, no, I didn't reach into the wash station for the squeegee there. I noticed it laying on the ground. Now, if you drive long enough, you'll observe drivers, I should say,
right,
using that wash squeegee to maybe clean their doors or whatnot, give their truck a half a bath. Well, somebody, and I don't even think this was the slime from the side of a fuel tank that has been left dirty for several months. It was so packed with grease that I'm almost thinking, I don't know if they swept along the side of a fifth wheel to get that grimy grudge.
That's
embedded in
when I described your picture last night. I said it almost looks like somebody cleaned a fifth wheel with it.
Okay, you got it. You commented on that.
I did.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that and I've seen this before. Little spots of grease on that the sponge portion of it, but no, I'm figuring this person either had to have such a vendetta against his fellow drivers, or he stood there doing this with a gleam in his eye and a gritty smile, and yeah. No, that the assholeness, and I don't know if I created a new word right there or not. I think I caught Gilligan the other night commented that he was penning me in for the Secretary of Education. So if that's the case, I can create a new word. Yeah, no, I looked at that, Steve, and that is total BS. No, it served no purpose other than, and wherever it came from, it just smeared it around on the side of his truck or wherever. But yeah, that's.
So I guess we can suffice it to say you did not get to clean your windshield, huh? No. But yeah, it's a shame too, because it was a decent cleaning utensil prior to that. But so anyway, I guess I kind of vented there a little bit, didn't I? But either way, I'll cap it here in a little bit here. Yeah, last weekend I did a lot of serious soul searching. I walked into the house Friday when I got home, and the mastiff, she was laying there just trembling and shuddering, and her days are numbered. The kidneys are shot, and I called the vet and set up an appointment for Saturday morning. Figured it was going to be a one-way trip, but I sent a message to the kids and my bride. I said, if any of you can convince me otherwise, well, this is going to happen. But I really want the kids will be here in a couple of weeks. I want them to see her one last time. But the bride said, well, you know what? You just watch her. Once she got over those trembles, she got up and sprang to, and since then, it's almost like she has a sense of, wait a minute, now I'm not ready for the pearly gates. I can hold my own here. So either way, there was that and such. But yeah, I'm gonna go out. No, I see they have not replaced that squeegee. It's still laying down here. So. Trucking American style. So. Okay, we'll catch up with you later on. Thank you much. All right, yeah, and that trying to make those, making the call. I've got a neighbor actually right now that has a very ill dog, diagnosed with cancer. She's on pain meds, and I ask her each day how's she doing? How's Callie? And doing all right, but. Yeah, getting to the point where she doesn't want to go down. Got a couple stairs she has to go down. It's so much pain for her to go down the steps. And she said, Steve, I just wish one morning that I could wake up and she was gone, because I so badly don't want to have to make that decision to take her in. I can sympathize with that, no doubt. But hey, a quick timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey, and a reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. At the same time, make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. It's been a while since we've heard from Pup. What's happening, Pup?
Oh, not much, Steve. Not much. Hey, what the heck happened over on TNC? Your show was going along fine, then all of a sudden they started playing music. But that Eric thing that you were talking about yesterday.
Yes, sir.
I called the state of Indiana, and we aren't in that. But she goes, I wonder what's going on. She said, because she goes, I bet you since Tuesday, they had probably fielded in between 200 and 500 phone calls on that. So I told her what you was talking about Florida and Alabama and all them others.
Well, until Philip brought it up last night, I had not even heard a thing about it, and I had my friend Carl who said, Steve, I would have shared that with you a long time ago if I knew you weren't aware of it. I hadn't seen any coverage of it.
Right. Yeah, that's the first I'd heard of it. So. But I got a Darwin Award for you. Right back, I don't know, the Wabash River runs about a quarter of a mile on the backside of my house there. And, all that rain and stuff that we've had, it was flooded, and the county did their job. They put the gates out. And there's one on the northbound side and the southbound side. Then a quarter mile away from that, they got reflective signs that say high water. Well, on Monday morning, some bozo drove right through around the gates and everything, right in the water. Then he didn't stay with his vehicle, and they found him about a half a mile downstream. He didn't make a very good fish.
Wow.
So, I can't believe he went around all them signs. It's an optical illusion on that county road, because if you're up on the bridge and you look straight ahead, the next farmhouse down the road, it looks like it's level. But when you come off of that bridge, it's like a 13 to 15-foot drop-off, and that all fills up with that water, and it just rushes through there. So, I don't know.
Turn around, don't drown. You don't know how deep the water is. How many?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I've lived out there long enough. I know what I can do and what I can't. But other than that, I know these last 2 nights have really been nice driving with the full moon and everything. Tomorrow night might not be so good the way they're calling for up here. Fort Wayne's calling for up to 5 inches of snow.
Yep.
So, other than that, I was just checking with you because I thought, what in the world did they start playing music on there? All righty. Well, we'll talk at you later, and we'll be listening.
All right. I'll just assume they must have lost the feed or something. I don't know. Well, wasn't Scarecrow saying something about that The app was kind of glitching as well there. It looks like everything's operating correct at the moment, but never can tell. It's all this internet stuff. It's 844-844-3388. Eagle, hang in there. Got you coming up after the news break. Let me get started with Braden Dad. What's happening?
Just sitting out here waiting to go check in to make sure tell them that I'm actually alive today. So, no, you had that gentleman call in about Sam Walton and why he was so successful. It's not because of small town living. Look at the generation they come from. Tom Love was what, born back in the late 30s, if I remember right.
He was 85. Yes, correct.
My dad was from the middle in the beginning of the Great Depression, and my mom was born in the middle ways of the Great Depression. They were really thrifty with money. They were really frugal with money. They knew what it takes, and it's like my dad would always tell me that if they had a bad summer and the corn crop didn't come in, they didn't eat corn that year. They had to wait for the following year, or one of the cows died or the hogs died, and it's just the way they lived. And if I remember right, somebody told me at one time that Johnny Hunt, Don Tyson, and Sam Walton were all really good friends, and that Sam Walton would take chicken from Don Tyson to Tulsa, and he would unload and pick up stuff for Sam Walton and come back. Mm-hmm. But a lot of these men were visionaries. They knew they wanted to be successful and wanted to grow the company, but they didn't want to grow it so fast. I mean, if you look at where Walmart was back in the 90s, Steve, I don't know if you remember it or not, but they used to lock the door at 10 o'clock at night, and it was only just general merchandise. There was very little, if any, food in there. But if I remember right, back in, the late 90s, early 2000s, they started with the concept of the super centers. Remember this? Mm-hmm. And now look at them. Now they have a whole neighborhood market that's just nothing but food, maybe a little bit of non-food items, but it's all just like a neighborhood little grocery store. And I mean, they're always adapting and changing to grow, Steve. But other than that, let's play out here in the rain tonight. Oh, before I forget this, me and old Dingbat had to go to a funeral today, Steve. One of my old bosses died on me.
Yeah.
And one of my buddies, I seen one of my old buddies up there. We got to catch it up. So they.
Okay. we gotta wait for the punchlines. It's news break.
USA News update. President Biden heading to Philadelphia tomorrow, where he will roll out his budget proposal. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says that spending plan will tax the wealthy.
The president's policy is someone who makes more than $400,000. That's something that Americans believe, right? They think the wealthy and corporations should indeed pay their fair share.
The White House claiming the budget will cut the deficit by nearly $3 trillion over 10 years. Senator Lindsey Graham says he'll be introducing legislation in the coming days, taking on Mexican drug cartels. Graham wants to designate the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. He says that would give the U.S. government broader authority to target cartels. The release of additional footage of the Tyree Nichols beating at the hands of Memphis police officers is being delayed. A judge ordered that delay after a challenge from an attorney who is representing one of the former officers who's charged in Nichols' death. John Schaefer, USA News.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, Protect My Car is announcing a low-cost extended service plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay nothing for auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay nothing for auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-956-3162 now. Drivers who are covered by Protect My Car will not have to pay for a covered repair bill again. This auto coverage is at an all-time low, much lower than what dealerships are charging. Additionally, drivers who activate this auto coverage today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and free car rental at no additional cost. Call Protect My Car for your free quick quote today. 800-956-3162. 800-956-3162. What do you have to lose? Again, 800-956-3162.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed, lines available. 844-844-3388. My apologies. So, Dingbat went to a funeral. Pick it up.
Yeah, me and Dingbat had to go to a funeral. One of my old bosses passed away. One of my buddies that still works there called me and told me about it. We were really good friends. You know, I hated to leave, but, you know, better ventures, right? So we was waiting in line. We We got up to the casket. It was an open casket. And my buddy leaned in and said, I expect to see you back to work tomorrow. Death is not an excuse. Bye to me, Steve.
Yeah, okay. Some of that. Braindead gets a DA of the Week nominee, right? I had to almost laugh at the headline. Georgia father of 5 found dead, rolled up in plastic and carpet on the side of the road after vanishing on a business trip in Baton Rouge. Now, Louisiana officials say no signs of foul play. I'm like, wait. I'm confused here. No signs of foul play. 42-year-old Nathan Millard from Covington, Georgia, went missing after he visited Happy's Irish Pub across from his hotel on the night of February 22nd. Miller's wife tells WSB-TV that he'd gone to a college basketball game before heading to the bar. His body was later found on the side of the road behind a funeral home 6 miles away from the last place he was seen. He was wrapped in plastic inside a carpet. Now, police say there were no signs of blunt force trauma or gunshot wounds on the body. According to the preliminary report, medical examiner found no external or internal trauma on the body. A final autopsy report will include toxicology findings. And here's the quote from Captain Hines of the Violent Crimes Unit. We don't have any indication that there was any foul play involved. We're looking into how he ended up where he is. Is that just, I don't know, maybe, Pappy, can you answer that question? I don't know if he's even up with us tonight, but if a guy's wrapped in plastic and rolled up in a carpet, we don't have any indication that there was any foul play involved. WBRZ TV reported that Millard had been cut off at the pub for being overly intoxicated and left about 11:30 p.m. Police were unable to find him on surveillance video before his death and said there were no signs of distress. They indicated the last sighting before his death was 4:30 a.m. that morning. At some point the next day, Millard's phone and wallet were found on the ground several blocks from his hotel. 2 weeks later, March the 6th, just a few days ago, his body was found wrapped in the carpet after a bystander reported a foul smell. His wife said the last time she spoke to him was when he called her on FaceTime from the basketball game to show her the seats that he and his client had. She said, it was not anything I ever thought would be his last call. The investigation is ongoing. Is it just, what would indicate foul play? I mean, first thing that comes to my mind is dudes wrapped up in plastic and rolled up in a carpet. Am I off on something? Are you hanging in there, Eagle? Hello, Eagle. Maybe he's getting a few Z's there. Well, let's try Philip. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How you doing today?
Yeah, here we are. No foul play expected.
Nah, it's I would want to know what the toxicology is, because somebody could have drugged him and he OD'd or something like that. And they realized what happened and they wrapped him up.
Yeah.
You know, and that's crazy stuff there. He had to get wrapped up somehow, you know. Yeah. So I don't know.
Could police maybe think that, well, he like you said, OD'd or died of alcohol intoxication or whatever, and just wrapped him up? I mean, if somebody found him and had nothing to hide, wouldn't they have called authorities? I think.
You would have think, right? You're right, and that's hiding evidence, isn't it? Isn't that the same thing, Steve? It's hiding evidence.
Yeah, I believe.
I don't know. That's crazy. Did you hear about that little rocket that almost went off yesterday?
All right. Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Yeah, I have not seen a rescheduled date, but I hadn't actually even heard about it until I came in this past evening. And how do you 3D print a rocket?
Well, the body of the rocket and all that stuff is done on a 3D printer, and it's done in panels and pieces and whatnot. It's 85% 3D printed. It's not the whole thing. They're trouting it as that, but it's only, they said it yesterday. I was watching the launch footage. They said it was 85% 3D printed. So like on the engines and stuff, obviously with parts of the engine, there's no way that you could 3D print them. You've got to machine it, which is kind of technically 3D printing if you look at CNC, the way the machinery is set up nowadays. But, it's interesting that they made a rocket. It's not a big rocket. It's not a huge one. It's not like the Falcon 9 you see out there, that big thing. It's a smaller rocket. And the thing that gets me about it is they're running it off nitrogen gas or liquid compressed gas, kind of like propane. You know, it's running off a natural gas instead of being run off of propellant that's RP1, which is like a high grade kerosene, or running it off of hydrogen like the space shuttle did. You know, they're running it off of natural gas, which is kind of different. You know what I mean, Steve? That's a different type of propellant to
Correct.
get the engines going through. So I thought that was kind of interesting about it. It's just a little bitty rocket. It's a big rocket standards, but
I think they said. I think they said
110
feet. It's about a 10-story building, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's about a 10-story building, but it's really. I mean, you look at the Falcon 9. That Falcon 9 is a lot bigger than 10 stories. You know, you look at the space shuttle, and obviously you look at the Starship, and that thing's a monster, and that's supposed to go at the end of the month, supposedly. I know. I looked at the launch app this morning, and it said that the Relativity rocket, was scheduled for Saturday at 1:00 in the morning. Or 1 p.m. in the afternoon.
Okay.
It was scheduled for that on the launch app. Now, whether that's true or not, who knows? You know, but yesterday we had some heck of a winds out there on the coast. I mean, it was 20-mile sustained winds, and they were gusting up to probably 30 at launch time with that. So I'm really surprised they even went for it with that. You know, it's its first launch. You don't want to take your first launch and just, you know, there's a chance you could blow out and go in different ways with it. But they're going to do a full orbital with it, though. They were talking about it yesterday that, you know, it's going to be first stage separation, but they're not going to land it back. It's a total throwaway rocket. And they're just testing it to see if they can get payloads on it. If they can get payloads on it, then they can start making money like SpaceX and taking up satellites. So, but Steve, do you think we got enough satellites up there already?
I mean, I've lost track. I mean, aren't there thousands of them up there already?
I don't know how, to save my life, we're getting anything up in space right now, because it seems like to me, with all this stuff that's up there, plus you have airplanes flying around, you've got all kinds of other stuff going on with different, you know, countries and whatnot. I'm surprised, you know, a rocket takes off, it ain't hitting something, because you think about these Starlink missions that Elon Musk has been throwing up there. He's throwing 60 to 80 of those satellites up every time it goes up on a Starlink mission. I mean, I think you've got enough up there already as it is, you know, and what's going to happen when some of this stuff runs out of its time and it has to deorbit and come back? It's going to fall on us or burn up, hopefully. So, you know, I don't know. I just think that it's getting a little out of hand, and I'm seeing now even Russia's got companies like Relativity and like Blue Origin over there. They got companies working with them now that set up in their country. They're doing the same kind of thing over there that are getting ready to launch satellites. They don't got these huge rockets like, you know, they normally launch, but they're going with the smaller stuff, you know, and putting satellites up, you know. So that's some crazy stuff happening in space. And as far as the space station goes, did you get to see it yet?
No, there's another flyover this morning, 6:01 a.m., according to my email alert. Right, still is some clouds out there, but hopefully it looks like they're trying to break up. So I'm hopefully going to catch it this morning. Would I notice a difference? You know, more object for the sun to reflect off of? You think it'd be brighter with all this stuff that's docked right now?
Yeah, well, the times I've seen it down here is I've seen it during the day and it's just like a spot. But the nighttime, if you can catch it like at dusk or at nighttime, and you get like what was it, 6 minutes? I think you were getting ready.
Yes.
You were able to see it on that last one. If you can see it 5 or 6 minutes, that's pretty good. You get it at dusk, you know, and it just looks like I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain during the day.
I have seen it before. It looks like almost looks like a star, and sometimes it's pretty bright. But I'm saying right now you've got the capsule that's docked. The Crew 6 capsule is attached, right? And you got the Soyuz craft. I mean, I just thought it might look a little brighter with all that attached.
Nah, it's still about the same. It just depends on the shadowing from the sun and everything, or from the moon, the sun, all that. But, you know, the big difference that you notice when you see the space station from a star is the lighting on it's different. The lighting is kind of, when I saw it, the times I've seen it, was kind of like a red or an orange color. It was not like, you know, like if you look at a star, it's more white looking, you know what I mean? It's like a white shade of white, you know, but it's cool. I've seen it several times down here, but I like seeing them at night. And especially if it's a 5-minute run, because you can really see it.
Track it.
When it goes away from you, you can distinct the shape is a lot different than a star or an airplane or whatnot.
I don't know what the trajectory this morning is going to be, but I mean, I'll sit here and pull up the Track the Station website, and literally, like 5 minutes before it's supposed to be visible here in Southwest Ohio, it may be coming in off the coast of the Northwest Washington out there on the West Coast, and then by the time it's out of view, it may be off the coast of the Carolinas. I mean, it's amazing how far you can see it.
Yeah, well, it's moving 17,500 miles an hour.
Yep.
That's what it's moving at. And, you know, it's funny, 5 minutes will take it that, you know, think about that, an hour, you know, and 5 minutes, it goes that fast.
Yep.
You know, but it don't look that fast. When you look at it going across the sky, it looks more like an airplane or something else scooting across there.
Yep.
You know, but I'll tell you what, these launches, these Falcon launches, they're really getting out there with the way they look and the way that they're coming back and everything. I wish they would land more of them at the Cape. I really do. I mean, the ones with the barges are cool, but that crew one that just went up, my wife said that it literally went over our house and then made the turn when it made the turn, which is different. And, you know, because they had to put it in a different trajectory or attitude or whatever you want to call it. So, but if anybody wants to have a good time and you're able to take a couple of weeks off, come down here and check that out. Go to Kennedy Space Center and go do the tour and all that. It's pretty cool. So that's all I got today, bud. So did you find out a lot about Eric yesterday?
Yes, I did. Thank you for the tip there, but that's astounding. I think that should be big time headline news when you got the Attorney General of a state going up to visit the place and it's nothing but an empty shell. There's no computers, no employees. I mean, when they click the button to download all this information, it's going somewhere. Where's it going?
Well, you know, I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday when I was at work, and me and him agreed that, you know, that's just legalized, what do you call it, when they get your information, you know, identity theft. That's just legalized identity theft right there. That's all that is, you know, and that just goes to prove that you never know where your information's going. So even in your right to vote, you know, I mean, it's our right to do it, and we register to vote, and they play them kind of games with our information. So, but that's all I pretty much got, buddy. You have a good day, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you much, Philip. Yeah, and to boot, the fact that they had in excess of 30 states that had got on the bandwagon with this, you know, electronic system, the ERIC system. If the trend continues, that number is going to go down, down, down. Yeah, I pulled up the email here. Yeah, if you go to like do a Google search, spot the station, or spot the ISS. There's an actual website from NASA You can go to the nasa.gov website as well, but I subscribe to the email, and you put in your region of the country, like your zip code, and they'll get an email, typically about 24 hours, anytime you're going to be able to see the space station flying over. And this past evening's email says Thursday, March the 9th, so this morning at 6:01 a.m., visible for 6 minutes, 6 minutes, maximum height 50 degrees. It'll appear 18 degrees above west-northwest and disappear 10 degrees above southeast. So you kind of know which direction in the sky to look, and it's pretty cool. So if the sky's clear out, I'll give it a shot. 6:01 a.m., it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, good morning to Santa Claus. I'm assuming you took like the red-eye flight. He just sent me a photograph. Guess they just landed. This is a photo from his window of the flight that just landed in Las Vegas. Just arrived in Las Vegas. He took that flight from Florida. So I guess it's going up on the midnight hour, Las Vegas time. What is that? Probably a 4.5, 5 hour flight from Florida to Vegas. But he's got the view of the Las Vegas Strip, the bright lights, big city at the midnight hour. And I can distinctively tell the green of the MGM Grand Hotel there. It's been so many years, I can't pick out the names. I think that's the Wynn. But everything all lit up. Welcome back to Las Vegas this early morning or late night. But yeah, took that flight. It was at Fort Lauderdale. I guess they're going to spend a couple days there in lost wages, donate a few bucks, and then head back to a wet Sacramento. All right. Safe travels. Hope you enjoyed your journey there. Hey, we got Senor Heatwave wants to comment a bit more about the age restrictions. Okay, so hang in there because we're only a couple of minutes from news break. After which, we'll have clear lines at 844-844-3388. Touched on a topic last evening, the D.C. crime bill, where D.C.'s council was looking to kind of follow the lead of other Democrat-run cities and lessen the punishment for a number of different types of crimes, things like carjacking. And the Senate voted, surprise, surprise, this is a pretty overwhelming bipartisan vote, 81-14, with 33 Democrats and now the independent Kyrsten Sinema joining all Republicans present to block the District of Columbia from updating their criminal code. The likes of even Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer even voted with them. Let's see, Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois, the number 2 Democrat, voted against it. He was joined by 13 other senators voting no, including Bernie Sanders, Cory Booker, Ben Cardin, Chris Van Hollen, Tammy Duckworth, Mazie Hirono of Hawaii, Ed Markey, Elizabeth Warren, Jeff Merkley, Chris Murphy, Jack Reed, Sheldon Whitehouse, and Peter Welch. Now, Raphael Warnock of Georgia voted present. John Fetterman of PA, Dianne Feinstein of California, Tom Carper of Delaware, and James Risch of Idaho were all absent. So, yeah, you don't get many votes on legislation these days with that kind of bipartisan support, 81-14. The House passed the resolution to block the bill also with quite a bit of bipartisan support. The vote was 250 to 173, so not as overwhelming. But in that case, 31 Democrats joined all the Republicans on that particular vote. So stopping the D.C. crime bill. So when we come back, much more to cover. We'll get to some of the other industry headlines and see what's on your mind at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden will travel to Philadelphia tomorrow where he will roll out his budget proposal.
The president's budget will cut the deficit by nearly $3 trillion over the next 10 years.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre also says the budget raises the Medicare tax on people making over $400,000 per year. Biden would also like Congress to quadruple the tax on corporate stock buybacks. Fewer businesses were hiring to start the new year. The Job Openings and Labor Turnover Survey showed there were 10.82 million available positions. That's down 400,000 from December's report. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell has described the job market as very tight. The origin of COVID-19, the subject of a hearing that took place in the House of Representatives today. Republicans are focusing on Dr. Anthony Fauci and his efforts to disprove a lab leak theory.
What was Dr. Fauci doing? He was trying to cover his backside, and everybody knows it.
Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan says Dr. Fauci benefited from U.S. taxpayer-funded research at the Chinese Wuhan lab, then later said the lab leak theory was a far-fetched conspiracy. The release of additional footage of the Tyree Nichols beating at the hands of Memphis police officers is being delayed. A judge ordered the delay after a challenge from an attorney who's representing one of the former officers charged in Nichols' death. The additional footage was expected to contain audio from after the beating and more footage after an ambulance took Nichols to the hospital. It's being argued the additional footage could influence prosecutors considering more charges. Prince Harry and his wife Meghan say their daughter was christened in a private ceremony in California. They also revealed she will use the royal title of princess. Princess Lilibet Diana was baptized by the Archbishop of Los Angeles. Her title, as well as that of her brother Archie, will be updated on the Buckingham Palace website. This is the first time that Harry and Meghan have said their children's titles in public. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Ahead of spring break, lawmakers are reacting to 2 Americans being killed while traveling to Mexico.
Last week, 4 Americans were kidnapped in Mexico while traveling for cosmetic surgery, and 2 of them have since been found dead. They were allegedly caught in a drug cartel shootout. California Democratic Congressman Pete Aguilar says the Mexican cartels jeopardize American security at the border.
What they are doing jeopardizes the safety and security of the country, and that's why you've seen such a robust presence from our law enforcement agencies who work in that region.
The surviving pair was brought to a hospital in Brownsville, Texas. I'm Tim Berg.
The White House is joining those who are condemning Fox News host Tucker Carlson for his depiction of the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
We agree with Fox Nation's own attorneys and executives who have repeatedly stressed in multiple courts of law that Tucker Carlson is not credible.
Earlier this week, Carlson released security footage given to him exclusively by House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. He argued that only a small number of people illegally entered the Capitol during the riot. Former Dallas Cowboys star Michael Irvin has filed a $100 million lawsuit against the Arizona Marriott. Irvin says the hotel defamed him when they said he acted inappropriately with a hotel staffer. Irvin saying those accusations are racist. Marriott has banned Irvin from their properties. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
With all the discussion about the four individuals that made that journey together to Mexico, only to be, well, 2 killed and the others still alive. I think one was injured, but killed by the cartels. A lot of folks saying, well, who and why in the world would you opt to go to Mexico for some sort of a medical treatment? It's like, first of all, their medical system is decades behind the likes of the U.S. medical system, right? Well, pretty much, yeah. But it's all about cost. But I was quite surprised to find out, with the kidnapping of 4 Americans, highlighting a common practice for many people here in the U.S., traveling to other countries for medical care. Sometimes it may not be available here, or it costs a lot less elsewhere. People leave the United States for dental procedures, plastic surgery, cancer treatments, prescription drugs. Aside from Mexico, other common destinations include Canada, India, and Thailand. Medical tourism, I guess is what they call it. Medical tourism has been growing in popularity for years. This travel is popular with people who maybe have no health insurance or plans that make them pay thousands of dollars before coverage begins. Big employers also sometimes send people covered by their insurance to other countries for hip or knee replacements or bariatric surgery. Yes, some also send people to Mexico for expensive prescription drugs. Cost, they say, is a huge factor. Care in countries like Mexico can be more than 50% cheaper than the United States. According to the CEO of the nonprofit Medical Tourism Association, which is actually an industry trade group, cosmetic surgeries, tummy tucks that cost thousands of dollars are largely uncovered by U.S. health insurers. Patients also sometimes travel because they can get quicker access to some care outside the country. They may also want to seek treatment from a doctor who speaks their language or comes from the same culture. But the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says millions of U.S. residents travel abroad for care every year. Millions? I would have never guessed. Researchers estimate roughly 400,000 people traveled from the U.S. to Mexico each year for care before COVID hit. University of California, L.A. health professor says that number dropped under the stay-at-home orders, but then has quickly rebounded. Most of the people visiting Mexico for care are Mexican or Latino immigrants that are living in the United States. Non-Latino patients mainly cross the border for dental work or to buy prescription drugs or receive care like plastic surgery or maybe some cancer treatments that are not covered in the U.S. Well, what about the risks? Patients can take steps to lessen the risks of receiving care in another country. First of all, heed the U.S. government travel alerts about your intended destination, which these four did not do. This Matamoros, Mexico, was on the do not travel list. Trip safety can also be enhanced if a medical tourism agent works with the patient. Hospital or care providers often will have someone pick patients up at the airport and take them to their doctor's appointment or hotel. Yeah, you need to do research on care quality before looking at prices. You need to learn where their potential doctor received their training and look for any accreditations or certifications. You want to make sure you're going to go with the best of the best. Now, the risk for patients may not end after the procedure. If someone has complications after returning home, it may be hard for their U.S. doctor to learn the details about what was done during the trip. Patients may also find it difficult to sue their doctor or hospital if it's done in another country. And navigating the system is usually quite complicated, they say. But millions? I would have never guessed. Millions of people do this every year. All right, Senor Heatwave. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you for taking me back there, Senor. Oh, yeah, that'd be caravans of buses or people going to the Mexican border to get the medications. And some of that stuff, which is, under lock and key over here and costing you hundreds of dollars, you'd go to Mexico. I was like, yeah, okay, we got it. All you got to do is show them a prescription bottle of what you had, and they'll go back there and pick it out, saying, "Here you go. That'll be $10."
I remember back early when we did our cruises and I was doing the Mexican stops, and several times we went. Belize was one of the stops, and right there where the ship would dock, you had to tender in. But there in Belize, there was the pharmacy right there where all the tourists and all them were, and you could go in the pharmacy and you could buy narcotics and things over the counter. You could buy Valium, you could buy Vicodin, you could buy pretty much anything right there over the counter without a prescription.
And that's the same way going up to Canada. It's just like, well, which way was closer? For me, it would be closer going to El Paso and Juarez. For you, it'd be closer going to Canada. So, I mean, yeah, it's a crying damn shame that's the tale of the American medical system and the dispensary of medication. It's too much it's not enough, and it's too long. You have to wait. So, but yeah, that's what that is. I had talked to Dean Michaels earlier today. He called me up asking me a couple of questions that he just wanted to make sure when he files my taxes for me. And I've got to say, Dean is spot on, an absolute gentleman and scholar when it comes to taxes. And he really cares about you and your potential refunds, or maybe you have to pay a little bit, and he's going to break it to you gently. But, I mean, this guy has a passion for his work and a passion for helping others with their taxes, unlike HR.
I gotcha.
So, yeah, I wanted to say Puff and stuff,
or
but I didn't know if you would remember that.
Any of the big box tax preparers, there's a bunch,
yep,
exactly. And the Liberty and all those. Yeah, Dean's a whole different ball game.
He is, and he is one hell of a guy. You'd want to crack a beer and just sit down and chew the fat with, along with the barbecue and everything else that goes with it. So, hell of a nice guy. So, Dean, there's your plug, buddy. All right. Yeah, as far as politics go, now to become president, you have to be, 35 years old, minimum. Well, we got some young pups in Congress right now that when they got in, they weren't but 20-something years old.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell would a 20-year-old know about the real world? Obviously, AOC ain't got a clue. And, what's sad is her constituents continue to vote her silly ass in. So if you're going to have restrictions on a president, 35 is a minimum. 8 years is all you can serve. And then they want to talking about doing 75 being the oldest, or have cognitive testing. Fine, let's do that. Let's do that for the Senate, and let's do that for the House of Representatives. Minimum age requirement, term limits, and age limits if you're going to go that route. Because there's a whole lot of college-educated people that are nothing but a bunch of college-educated idiots.
Yeah.
So that's about all I have to say on that. Now, you had a good question there for Philip, and what exactly is, and I may sound like a complete, total nincompoop, Nimrod, whatever you want to call it, but 3D printing, what does that entail? What is it that makes these parts and pieces solid and able to withstand? Is it a metal? Is it a composite? What is it that makes this 3D printing such a big deal?
Yeah, well, from my limited understanding, I believe all the above. There are 3D printing devices that can print things in plastic. There are 3D printing devices apparently that somehow can print using like molten metal, and composites. All the above.
Well, and then the only thing I could think that would be close to it is when we had when we actually did things in our agricultural class. Our first year we worked with wood. The second year we started with metal, and we had welders that we just welded on top. Welded beams, not beams, but beads. And we broke the flux off of it, and then we scratched it with a wire brush, and we added more side to side. And that's the only thing I could think of, that if you had something metallic like that rocket, obviously the machine parts are going to have to be machine parts or whatnot, like Philip said. But the outside is like, well, is that actually a metal? Is that a composite? Is that a paper? What is it? Is it bubble gum? I have no idea. So,
Well, someone, I was trying to see here, someone, David sent me an email that said there's actually a video you can pull up that shows how this rocket is made. He said it's amazing. So I'm going to have to do a little search and find that. Yeah, probably on YouTube or something, since I love using YouTube, you know.
Right. Oh, yeah. YouTube. Oh, yeah. Number one in our hearts, right? And I remember seeing a gun that they had 3D printed. And apparently it worked until it exploded. So, I don't think it was too many shots into it, but I'm thinking, man, I wouldn't want to have something like that in my hand. Say, yeah, this is 3D print. Bang, 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 pow. Oh, my hand. So, but aren't they using 3D printers to make fake meats and whatnot?
Yes, lab grown, nothing like a Petri dish hamburger, right?
Oh, yeah. Give me the A1 and Heinz 57 and the Worcester sauce, and we got it made, buddy. Oh, goodness. All right, Senor. Well, I sure do appreciate you taking me back a second time. You have yourself a good night. We'll holler at y'all later.
Have a good morning. You got it. Let's see. The answer. Gilligan just sends me. I guess he did a quick search there. Age requirements for government service. President of U.S., Vice President, minimum age 35. Per Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5 of the Constitution. United States Senator, minimum age 30. House of Representatives, minimum age 25. Now, state by state, for like your state Senate and your state House, it looks like it varies by age from state to state. Looking at, for governors, for example, looks like most states are 30 years old. Arizona, 25. California, 18 plus. Going to elect an 18-year-old governor, really? So then, and they've got the breakdown for all the different branches: upper house, lower house, attorney general, all that, lieutenant governor, state by state. And I won't bore you with all those, but there's the three biggies for the House, Senate, and president. So 25 minimum age. That's where AOC comes into play, right? It is 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I love it when you ask me these questions and make me do my homework. Thank you, Philip. Yeah, he asked the question, how many satellites do we have orbiting this planet? You know, we know it's getting very crowded around our planet. The year 2022 witnessed the maximum number of orbital and suborbital launches, 155, out of which 5 failed and 1 suffered partial failures. According to the Index of Objects Launched into Outer Space, that's maintained by the U.S. or the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, there are 8,261 individual satellites orbiting the Earth, a nearly 12% increase compared to April of 21. By the end of January 22, so this is like a year old. I mean, this was, this was updated November 11th, so a few months ago. By the end of January 22, there were 12,293 objects launched into space. Moreover, there are 31 different launch facilities, including air-based, sea-based, and even submarine-based launches. According to the UNOOSA records, 8,261 satellites orbiting the Earth as of January of 22, out of which only 4,852 are active as of at the end of December 21. According to the UCS, there are 6,542 satellites, out of which 3,372 are active. 3,170 inactive, as recorded by the 1st of January 2021. All right, 3,135 communication satellites, 1,030 Earth observation satellites, 385 technology development or demonstration satellites, 154 navigation or positioning satellites. I guess that's what our GPSs work off of. 22 Earth science and 18 other purpose satellites. Top 10 countries dominating the satellite industry. Number 1, USA by a long shot, followed by China, Russia, UK, Japan, India, France, and it goes on down the line. But yeah, overall, there's a bunch of different sources, but let's see, of the 5,465 artificial satellites orbiting the Earth as of April 30th of last year, see, these are all like different numbers, but a majority belong to the United States. Well over 3,400, by far the largest number of any single country, with the nearest competitor being none other than China, with only 541. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden heading to Philadelphia tomorrow, where he will roll out his budget proposal. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says that spending plan will tax the wealthy.
The president's policy is someone who makes more than $400,000. That's something that Americans believe, right? They think the wealthy and corporations should indeed pay their fair share.
The White House claiming the budget will cut the deficit by nearly $3 trillion over 10 years. Senator Lindsey Graham says he'll be introducing legislation in the coming days, taking on Mexican drug cartels. Graham wants to designate the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. He says that would give the U.S. government broader authority to target cartels. The release of additional footage of the Tyree Nichols beating at the hands of Memphis police officers is being delayed. A judge ordered that delay after a challenge from an attorney who is representing one of the former officers who's charged in Nichols' death. John Schaefer, USA News.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, Protect My Car is announcing a low-cost extended service plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay nothing for auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay nothing for auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-956-3162 now. Drivers who are covered by Protect My Car will not have to pay for a covered repair bill again. This auto coverage is at an all-time low, much lower than what dealerships are charging. Additionally, drivers who activate this auto coverage today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and free car rental at no additional cost. Call Protect My Car for your free quick quote today. 800-956-3162. 800-956-3162. What do you have to lose? Again, 800-956-3162.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what are we looking at here? Hello to Tom Kelly there at the TNC Radio Studios in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center, a.k.a. Houston, Texas. Coming up after the Overnight Drive, stick around for an all-new Keep On Talking with Tom Kirk and Christian Gray and the Originals. talking about the women in their lives who've had a profound impact on their lives. Looks like Angie and Larry Baum are up next. Matt Kilmer joins the Baums on Taillights with stories from the road. Finally, 7 a.m. Eastern, catch an all-new episode of Clutch Time Sports with Anderson and Banker. Start looking at the upcoming baseball season. They'll be reviewing the American League this morning. And once again, if anyone needs Mid-America Truck Show VIP pass, Tom says just let him know. Send him an email at info@tncradio.live. info@tncradio.live. Now, how many years have we on this program been talking about concerns over supply chain issues and our reliance on China? First and foremost, we learned very clearly at the onset of the COVID pandemic how much reliance we have on the medications that we rely on to survive. Blood pressure medications, cholesterol medications, antibiotics, first and foremost, which mind-bogglingly, absolutely zero antibiotics are manufactured in the United States. That's what we learned. Somewhere akin to 80% is made in China, the other 20%, most of which is made in India, which, of course, India then subsequently relies on China for the primary base ingredients to make the antibiotics. Lo and behold, the United States increasingly worries China will use their power in global supply chains as a weapon to advance their political and military might. So says the report released on Wednesday. The annual threat assessment issued by the Director of National Intelligence said China is already using their supply chain dominance to force foreign companies and foreign countries to transfer technologies and intellectual property to them. But the U.S. intelligence community sees Beijing using this economic power in parallel with military strength to secure regional and global influence. No doubt, the government of China is capable of leveraging their dominant positions in key global supply chains in an attempt to accomplish their goals, although probably not without significant cost to themselves. That could be a particular danger if China is able to take over Taiwan, another leading contributor to industrial and technology components. China seizing Taiwan probably would have wide-ranging effects, including disruption of global supply chains for semiconductor chips, because Taiwan dominates production of those cutting-edge chips. The disruptions of the COVID pandemic showed the world the importance of supply chains, the way components are produced, products that make their way from a myriad of sources around the world through various countries for preliminary and final assembly before those products reach the market. The pandemic demonstrated how the disruption of a single factory in China or elsewhere could halt the work of major industrial operations anywhere around the planet. The annual threat report singled out China's dominance in technology sectors including semiconductors, critical minerals, batteries, solar panels, and pharmaceuticals. They pointed to an April 2020 speech by Chinese President Xi Jinping, who said China sought to increase control of key supply chains to be, quote, able to use those supply chain dependencies to threaten and cut off foreign countries during a crisis. I mean, he came right out and said it. That's their plan. It's not a, it could happen, it might happen, it will happen at some time. China's dominance in these markets could pose a significant risk to U.S. and Western manufacturing and consumer sectors if the government of China was able to adeptly leverage their dominance for political or economic gain. The threat report also singled out other distinct military challenges from China. It said the People's Liberation Army rocket forces, conventional missile capabilities probably now pose a serious threat to U.S. forces and bases in East Asia. In space, by the year 2030, China will probably be world-class in all but a few specific technology areas. By that time, as well, China's commercial space sector will be a major global competitor that could undercut the prices of Western rivals. What shall our concerns with China be? Who's our biggest threat? Yeah, Russia's got us a whole lot more over the barrel, or China rather, a whole lot more than Russia does. Well, what's going on, Pappy? Good morning.
What's happening, Steve? And this has been going on for decades. You know, I'm not a business guy. You know what I mean? I'm not, savvy in all this. So they pulled the wool over my eyes. Didn't realize all this till COVID hit. That 99% of our pharmaceuticals come from China. That's real smart, ain't it, Steve?
Right, yep.
So it's been going on for decades, literally decades. How long is it going to take us to recoup and recover from that? All because people in D.C. and these big tech companies want to throw the United States under the bus for the almighty dollar. And Trump was the only one that stood up to try to put a stop to it. Steve, I woke up Friday. Remember that rain we got Friday?
I saw your photos there. Yes, so the rain Friday.
And
wow.
It was like Niagara Falls in the corner of my damn house. I guess I had a board up there, the soffit board. Well, not soffit board, freeze board. I guess technical term for it. And I cut the trees down on the side of the house, but these daggone raccoons and squirrels kept on getting in there. And I don't know if a squirrel chewed that board up, did something. I don't know. I mean, I woke up, it's Niagara Falls in the corner of that damn house, man. I just went right back to bed. Nothing I can do about it.
So you're
pouring down rain.
Spent the day cutting sheetrock and all that, trying to patch things up.
Well, yeah. So Saturday, brother-in-law came over, son-in-law rather, came over with his truck. Went up to Home Depot, got everything I needed. Fixed the roof on Saturday. Cut out about a 4x4 foot section. I mean, the sheeting and everything. Cut it all out, Steve. Had to throw new plywood down, reshingled it. That took about, he couldn't get out here till we left Home Depot about 3. And I was putting the last nail in the shingle on, climbing down the ladder when it was dark.
So did the wind take a couple shingles off or something? Because we had those 50, 60 mile an hour winds.
That's possible too, but there was a hole in there, and I don't know. My thought was critters got up there too, and maybe the wind blew that off or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. But it had 2 buckets, catching water. Well, deal with this Saturday. Ain't nothing I can do about it now. So today, I let it go over the weekend, and I had to work Monday and Tuesday. So today, when I got up, started tearing out the daggone drywall, putting some new studs in there and re-drywall everything. So I'll be mudding some drywall here tomorrow probably. So, yeah, I just carried all that crap out to the damn curb because it's trash day tomorrow. That's why I kind of put it off till today.
Gotcha.
But, yeah, so I don't know, Steve. Hey, as far as us taking our military troops and going into Mexico, are they crazy? Are they nuts? Come on, Steve. Can't do that.
It seems like there's an awful lot of folks saying, I concur. I'm with Lindsey. I don't know.
Lindsey's, the Kavanaugh hearing, right? I was like, daggone, Lindsey, my new hero here, man. He was wishy-washy before then. Well, it didn't take long, and he just keeps, putting his big foot in his mouth. I don't know. Don't believe or trust half the thing that comes out of his mouth neither. No, we ain't got no business. That's Mexico's problem, Steve. I'm with, I don't know, it was Heat Wave or Horseper 5-7. Put the troops on the border, man. Shut that border down. Shut her down. Give everybody about 1,000 yard. We should have, what do they call that?
Buffer zone.
Buffer zone. 1,000 yard buffer zone. Tell Mexico, anybody steps into this 1,000 yard buffer zone, you're gonna catch some machine gun fire. I'll shut the border down, Steve.
That's inhumane.
You know what I'm saying?
Pappy, that's inhumane.
Yeah, well, so be it. It's inhumane what they're doing to this country, Steve. Bringing this fentanyl in, the amount of people that's already crossed into this country, how many of them have bad intentions. Might be too late, Steve. Even if we shut it down tomorrow, it still might be too late. Too many people came in. And I told you, even when you watch now, they're going to be talking about, hey, look, the border crossings we put a stop to it, but they're going to come in through the checkpoint, Steve, your legal entries, right? Mark my words, watch that. Keep an eye on that. All they got to do is pull the little phone out and say, see, I downloaded the app. I signed up for asylum. Come on in. Get on that bus. We'll give you a ride. So, no, I don't think we should be... Steve, just think, what if we did that and they made the call to all the MS-13 members and all the people that are inside our country and they say, yeah, they want to declare war? Let's declare war.
Yeah. And we know there's a ton of them here.
Yes, sir. We got ourselves in a pickle here, man. It's going to take a while to get out of it. I think, it's possible. It's just going to take some time. We get the right people in here. All right, my man. That's all I got. Everybody hammer down. Be safe. Thanks for taking my call. Probably talk at you tomorrow.
Have fun with the mud. Mud in the drywall. Yeah, boy. Yep. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, about 9 before the hour. After which one we got? Hey, final hour just around the corner here. See what's going on with the Gilligan. Just rolling up the highway eating Reese cups.
Oh, I ate Reese cups a little while ago. I'm trying to cut back. Yeah, I'm trying to get back below a dozen a night. What do you think, Steve? You think that'd be a good thing?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, just maybe.
Hey, I sent you that link about the age requirements, minimum age for the House and Senate and the President. One thing that that's left out of that, too, is you think about back in the times when the Constitution was written, the average age was not much over 40 years old, if I'm not mistaken, was it? I mean, people are living a lot longer now. And I would bring up something else. A 25-year-old in 1787, at the signing of the Constitution, was a whole lot more mature than what a 25-year-old is today. You think about it, back in them days, they had to grow up quick. Life was hard, you know. I think most of your investors will agree with me on that. So I'm a firm believer in term limits. I'm agreeing with our future Secretary of State. 2 terms for senators, 3 for congressmen and women. You know, but the reason why there's term limits for the president, there was a constitutional amendment passed, I believe it was the 25th Amendment, after FDR's death, that limited the president to 2 terms or 10 years. That means, like, if you become president because you was vice president and the president something happens to the president, and you was less than 2 years into that term, you could still run for 2 more terms.
Correct.
There's a lot of that I'm not sure why they did not add that. I guess our forefathers who were geniuses in the way they set up their government did not perceive the greed of some of these people. To stay in the Senate and the House for 40, 50 years, you can't tell me that's anything more than greed and being power hungry. That's them the only 2 things I could possibly think in those positions that long. I'm going to touch on something else. A lot of your listeners have heard my daughter Bolt on the air, and you spoke to her sometimes, and some of your listeners have actually talked to my daughter Bolt personally. She was planning on going to the West Virginia State Police Academy, but unfortunately for this year's class, she's not eligible. She'd be 21 before the class ended, which is one requirement, but to enter the academy, you have to have your driver's license for a minimum of 2 years, and when the class starts, she will not have that. But she is seriously considering joining the Hampshire County Sheriff's Department, which, you know, there's a lot of people encouraging her to do either, you know, and I got mixed emotions on it. I'm proud to death, proud as all get out of my daughter. Don't get me wrong, but like any parent, I'm a little edgy about her becoming a police officer. I salute all the police officers out there. They're fine, wonderful human beings. There is exceptions, yes, but that I believe goes back to like bikers, the 1%ers. 1%ers are the troublemakers in the biker culture. I believe that in the police also. You know, there is a tiny fraction that are the problem in the police forces. But you can't weed them out. It's truck drivers. We've got a lot of problems in their industry, you know. That's just how it is. I think that's in about any profession. Well, I'm going to go into the inbred redneck. Now, remember inbred redneck, our campaign promise is a jug of moonshine in every cupboard, a deer meat full of freezer. That's medicine for you sophisticated type. Also, squirrel green gravy on every buffet. But tonight we are introducing 2 new cabinet members. Okay? The head of the Department of Justice, we're gonna put Tappy in there. Now, we've got to have a DEA secretary. You know, we can't think of anybody else besides Tappy that knows any more about drugs than Grandma. So he's going to be the head of the DEA. Thank you very much for taking my call, Steve, and I hope everybody has a safe night.
All right, there you go, Gilligan. Final hour coming up here. What do we delve into? Yes, other industry headlines. We're still struggling mightily to find volunteers to join our armed forces. Updates on that coming up. Hope you'll stick around and jump on board at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. A COVID origins hearing today focused on what Republicans say was Dr. Anthony Fauci's efforts to disprove the lab leak theory. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan says Dr. Fauci benefited from U.S. taxpayer-funded research at the Chinese Wuhan lab, then later said the lab leak theory was a far-fetched conspiracy.
What was Dr. Fauci doing? He was trying to cover his backside, and everybody knows it.
Democrats say even with the FBI also saying COVID escaped from the Wuhan lab, the evidence is inconclusive. 3 people were found dead Wednesday in Southern California after the recent storms. San Bernardino County Sheriff's officials say the victims were discovered during welfare checks and that there is no indication the deaths are storm-related. The White House condemning Fox News host Tucker Carlson's depiction of the attack on the Capitol.
We agree with the chief of Capitol Police and the wide range of bipartisan lawmakers who have condemned this false depiction of the unprecedented violent attack.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre added the White House agrees with Fox News' own attorneys and executives who have said in multiple courts of law that Carlson is not credible. Lawmakers in Washington are looking into the U.S.'s withdrawal from Afghanistan.
A House Foreign Affairs Committee is examining the 2021 military withdrawal from Afghanistan. Texas Republican Congressman Michael McCaul suggests the Biden administration failed to consider all scenarios before Kabul's government collapsed.
As a result, when the Taliban rapidly captured territory during the summer of 2021 and entered Kabul on August 15th, we simply weren't ready.
Democrats contend one of the most dangerous and complex scenarios unfolded, catching the military and intelligence community off guard. I'm Tim Berg.
At the same time, a bill to repeal the Iraq and Gulf War authorizations is moving through the Senate. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Spring breakers heading south of the border should remember to pack one important item.
Anytime that you're traveling, common sense has to prevail.
Mark Hoffman, travel expert and owner of Sports Leisure Vacations, is warning spring breakers headed for Cabo, Cancun, and Tulum to exercise increased caution. He says to make sure you leave a paper trail and that someone at home has a copy of your itinerary and knows how and where to contact you. The advice comes after 4 Americans were kidnapped in recent days, crossing the border from Brownsville into Matamoros, Mexico. A new report says there was a 5th person traveling with those 4. NBC News reports the additional passenger left the trip, though, before crossing the border because she didn't have the proper identification. 2 of the victims from South Carolina were killed in the kidnapping. The survivors found in a wooden shack just across the border in Mexico. Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders has signed an education reform bill into law that she says transforms education in her state.
Arkansas will go from 48 in the nation for starting teacher salary all the way to the top 5.
The governor says the Arkansas Learns Act includes the boldest, most far-reaching, most conservative education reforms in the country. It raises the minimum teacher salary in the state. The bill also includes voucher programs and puts restrictions on classroom instruction about sexual orientation and gender identity. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Just like that, back for the final hour here on a Thursday. Wow. So the Air Force telling us they will likely miss their fiscal year recruiting targets for active duty and reserve forces, as well as the National Guard, according to one top official who said the military branches across the board are struggling to reach their recruitment goals. We are currently projecting about a 10% shortfall this year in the active Air Force and more in the Guard and Reserve, says Air Force Secretary Frank Kendall. According to military.com, Kendall granted that retention numbers look pretty good. We're keeping the people that we get, but we need to get more people. Last fiscal year, the service ultimately met its active duty recruiting goal, but only after sweetening the incentives and drawing from recruits not yet scheduled to enter service. Goals for reserves and the Air National Guard were missed. Multiple other branches are in similar situations. The Navy missed recruiting goals in the 22 fiscal year. The Army fell short by 15,000 troops, the worst ever. The Marine Corps surpassed its target for new active duty members, but only by 8, according to the Marine Corps Times. Coast Guard missed its active duty recruiting goal by more than 66% last year. They've actually missed it every year since 2019. Space Force, which recruits a fraction of what other services aim for, hasn't really struggled to enlist new Guardians. One problem, they say, contributing to the troubles is a vast majority of young Americans are not eligible to enlist. A 2020 Pentagon study found that 77% would require a waiver for enlistment, mostly due to being overweight, physically or mentally ill, or using drugs. We're swimming upstream against reduced propensity to serve nationally across the board and a limited percentage of qualified candidates. Now, they're testing some new policies to drum up some new blood. The Navy's raised their maximum enlistment age. They've begun accepting recruits with the lowest allowable entrance exam scores. A new rule allows airmen and Space Force guardians to have some neck and hand tattoos. Speaking at the Air Force and Space Force Association Air Warfare Symposium, Kendall called for serving airmen to join the effort in driving recruitment. We need this community to help spread the word to the young people. There are great opportunities in the U.S. military, especially in the Air Force Space Force. And we had already shared earlier this week, the Army is going back to the old slogan, be all that you can be. Does a slogan make a difference when it comes to recruitment? I don't know, but apparently they believe it does. Be all you can be. Hey, Eagle, what's going on this morning? Now, Eagle, he dozed off, and then he's only been there about 15 minutes, but I guess he dozed off again. Get your Z's. Eskimo Mom, hey there.
Hi, Steve. It's a lovely night to be trailer trucking, especially in the Great Lakes area, at least to this point. But I wanted to call and chime in on the term limits. I would love to see term limits.
Oh, and I think okay, you were breaking up there. You said you would love to see term limits of what?
I'm sorry about that. I have a small desk spot in this area, but I would love to see a Congress have term limits, but also to have some sort of reforms in the bureaucracy, where the bureaucracy also has term limits, or some other reform to where they don't have as much power to be able to dictate to these freshman congressmen and freshman senators. And who know they're going to be out before too long. Mm-hmm. They can't control these people in Congress any more than necessary.
How many years do you think is enough? 2 terms for the House? I mean, that's only 4 years, and I mean, I've heard.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing maybe 12 years for each.
Okay.
For the 12 years for the House and 12 years for the Senate.
Okay.
Because then that way that gives both of them each enough terms, but then also they can get the heck out of Dodge and be able to still do something else, and maybe even put a ban on lobbying for at least 5 to 10 years after they get out of Congress. So that way to try to limit the influence of the friends and family connections.
Very, very good. I mean, I've heard some, because who was it earlier? Someone said, 2 terms in the House. That's only 4 years. And some of those that are serving in D.C. right now said, for the newbies, you barely get your feet wet in 1 term. Yeah. And if you got to exit in 4 years, you're not really going to have people that know, I don't know, is it good or bad to not how, you don't want the status quo. You don't want the same old. So,
no.
Right?
Yeah, but that's the biggest problem. We've got all these systems so entrenched that if we're going to do these reforms, it's going to be painful for a lot of folks. And I would love to even see a cut in government here and the federal government. So that way the federal government has just do bare minimum within the Constitution, and pretty much everything else leave it to the states, or leave it to the local areas, and not take so much in taxes to be able to keep these bloated bureaucracies going.
Yeah.
And because there's a lot of these bureaucracies, it's like the EPA with our trucks and bringing in those new rules and regulations. A lot of those folks in those ivory palaces, a lot of them have never sat in on with us. Especially when we had this new 2010 engines, for example. We had to put the DEF in, A lot of these guys have never had to sit in these trucks, had to sit on the shoulder of a busy interstate trying to regen these systems. Never had been hooked up to it. Never have been hooked up to a wrecker. To have our trucks towed back to the shop, and never had to sit there and go, okay, the mechanics are going, the parts changers, they're going, okay, we've got 10 sensors. We don't know which one's wrong, so we have to change all 10 sensors out, wasting 9 good ones just to get to that one bad one.
Right.
And these folks, and all for what? What's this DEF going to do? Like, for example, what's this DEF going to do to us? What's all these new rules and regulations going to do to us? What is the trade-off? You want all this clean air, clean water, but what cost?
Well, Eskimo Mom, it's good to hear from you. Safe travels there. And she says she's up in Michigan this morning. A long way from home, right? It is 844-844-3388. More TikTok talk. What do you say? Yeah, I got an update from the FBI, who was speaking to the Senate Intel community this past day. And this is crazy. The control that China could have. FBI Director Wray tells the Senate Intelligence Committee Wednesday that the Chinese Communist Party has the ability to control millions of TikTok users' devices. Wray responded yes when asked by Senator Rubio if the Chinese government could use the popular video sharing app to control the data of millions of users. If TikTok parent company ByteDance US were willing to cooperate or forced to cooperate. He also said the software on millions of TikTok users' devices could be controlled by the Chinese government. Rubio asked, could they use it to drive narratives like to divide Americans against each other? Suggesting a possible scenario of TikTok showing Americans videos promoting Chinese ownership of Taiwan and against U.S. involvement. It could happen, according to Wray. We're not sure that we would see many of the outward signs of it happening if it was happening. Something that's very sacred in our country, the difference between the private sector and the public sector. That's a line that is non-existent in the way the Chinese Communist Party operates. Now, back in December, the FBI warned the Chinese government controls those apps, the recommendation algorithm, which allows it to conduct operations that manipulate content or influence users, and it maintains the ability to collect user data. Now, on Capitol Hill, there have been calls on both sides of the aisle to restrict or ban TikTok. The House Foreign Affairs Committee voted on Wednesday to give President Biden the power to ban the app in what would be the most sweeping U.S. restriction on any social media app. White House actually set a 30-day deadline last week for government agencies to ensure TikTok is not installed on any federally issued devices or systems. Governments worldwide are increasingly banning TikTok from state-owned devices. More than 30 states, as well as Canada, the European Union, have also banned the platform. It is 844-844-3388. Full clear lines as we get the final hour underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, industry updates here from CDL Life. This past day, Wednesday, the FMCSA provided an update on a forthcoming rule intended to regulate broker and freight forwarder financial responsibility, announcing that the public now has until April the 6th to share your comments on the notice of proposed rulemaking that was published back on January 5. The NPRM seeks to toughen up financial security rules to better protect truckers from brokers who fail to pay. Now, the comment period was previously scheduled to close here a few days ago, March the 5th, but they pushed back the deadline because they've now announced a public listening session allowing comments on this topic to be hosted by the FMCSA 10 a.m. Friday, March the 31st in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-America Truck Show. The NPRM said that the FMCSA is considering looks at changes in 5 different areas. I'm not going to break those all down for you. If you'd like more info, you can look that up. But increasing financial responsibility for those brokers and freight forwarders. That's supposed to be a big topic of discussion coming up here in Louisville, but that's the first I've seen the actual scheduled time. I knew they had announced a listening session, but 10 a.m. March the 31st, and undoubtedly that'll be held in one of the big conference rooms, which typically, I'm trying to think, I think when you go into the south wing, there's that corridor where you have all the banquets and the meetings and things of that nature. I'm sure that's where it'll be. Semi-driver reportedly struck a herd of pronghorn and left the scene, according to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife. The wildlife strike occurred Tuesday morning in Lyman, Colorado. Now, according to the Colorado Patrol, a semi-truck hit and killed a herd of 14 pronghorn amid fog and icy road conditions. Scattered in the ditch were bucks, does, and yearlings. The CPW described the incident as a hit and run. Colorado State Patrol confirmed to CBS News that no accident report had been filed. But they say another reason to slow down in bad weather. I mean, describing it as a hit and run, I mean, I'm thinking how many people hit wildlife on any day? I mean, if you hit a deer and your car's not badly damaged or whatever, you probably just go on home and submit a... I mean, if you're in a big truck, I don't know how big are these particular pronghorn. They say they're similar to antelope But I guess they can reach speeds of like 60 miles an hour. They can run like a bat out of hell, huh? I don't know. I guess if you plowed through what are you going to do? If your truck's able to keep on rolling, I guess you just go on to your destination and make an insurance claim, right? All right, final update. A fiery wrong-way collision involving a semi and a passenger vehicle caught on video by a motorist Tuesday. This was near the Joint Base Lewis McChord main gate in Pierce County, Washington. According to the State Patrol, a passenger vehicle driven by a 53-year-old man was traveling south in the northbound lanes of I-5 when it crashed into a northbound semi-truck. The wrong-way collision resulted in a major vehicle fire, which essentially the cab of that big truck burned completely, nothing left but much ashes. Now, looking at the photos and watching the video that was caught on camera from someone in the southbound lanes, amazing that the driver of the pickup survived. But believe it or not, they're saying no serious injuries reported. 6-mile traffic backups reported in each direction of I-5 during the evening rush hour, though. Yes, the wrong-way driver was taken into custody for DUI. All right, Rubber Duck, what's happening this morning?
Uh-oh, I didn't expect to get on that quick. Hang on. Good morning. Actually, good night. I'll take a nap. I have a question about this Eric thing. What is this? Because I also heard Indiana brought up in it.
ERIC is, what do they call it? The electronic reporting system or whatever. It's about the voting rolls. That 30-some states were involved in it. I kind of tried to break it down last evening. There are a number of states now that are pulling out of it. It's ERIC. ERIC is short for Electronic Registration Information Center. A multi-state partnership that supposedly is a reliable, secure way for states to share voter registration data. Supposed to keep someone from being registered to vote in 2 different states and vote in multiple states. But what they're coming to find out is this system is not doing what it's intended to do. I guess there was an investigation in Wisconsin where the ERIC system had 7 million voters on the registered voter rolls when there's only like just over 4 million eligible voters in the state of Wisconsin. Then I guess the big bombshell was, I think it was Alabama or Arkansas. Alabama, I'm thinking, because I shared it last evening. Alabama's attorney general happened to be in D.C. for some other reason and wanted to stop by and visit the headquarters of ERIC, and went to the address that's on the website and found out it's nothing but a shell office with no computers, no employees, nobody there at the address there in Washington, D.C. So 30-something states involved with this. Where that's the big question. Where is all this voter data actually going?
And nobody in our government ever thought to go to this place before this attorney general from Alabama.
And 30
they sign up for this and give them all our information, but nobody verified the company that they give us a contract. Oh my God.
And the way
I'm sorry,
somehow they were able to convince 30-some states to become a part of this system. I guess it's now just a Gateway Pundit, which some say, well, that's a conspiracy theory website. They're the one that broke the story a year ago. But now all of a sudden, with the likes of various attorney generals, finding out that, hey, this is a shell operation. There's nothing really here. They're looking to get into the bottom of what's going on, so they're pulling out of the system.
So I got another question. Back in 91, when they brought in the CDL law, a lot of people were like, what's he talking about? But before, it was to create a nationwide database so that drivers would, they were habitual violated.
Right. All right, well, hold that thought, because it's news break time.
USA News update. President Biden heading to Philadelphia tomorrow, where he will roll out his budget proposal. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says that spending plan will tax the wealthy.
The president's policy is someone who makes more than $400,000. That's something that Americans believe, right? They think the wealthy and corporations should indeed pay their fair share.
The White House claiming the budget will cut the deficit by nearly $3 trillion over 10 years. Senator Lindsey Graham says he'll be introducing legislation in the coming days, taking on Mexican drug cartels. Graham wants to designate the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. He says that would give the U.S. government broader authority to target cartels. The release of additional footage of the Tyree Nichols beating at the hands of Memphis police officers is being delayed. A judge ordered that delay after a challenge from an attorney who is representing one of the former officers who's charged in Nichols' death. John Schaefer, USA News.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, Protect My Car is announcing a low-cost extended service plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay nothing for auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay nothing for auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-956-3162 now. Drivers who are covered by Protect My Car will not have to pay for a covered repair bill again. This auto coverage is at an all-time low, much lower than what dealerships are charging. Additionally, drivers who activate this auto coverage today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and free car rental at no additional cost. Call Protect My Car for your free quick quote today. 800-956-3162. 800-956-3162. What do you have to lose? Again, 800-956-3162.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Here's the latest I could find from the day before yesterday, I guess, from the Associated Press when they were just kind of headlining more states pulling out. 3 Republican-led states Monday pulled out of the, quote, bipartisan effort among states to ensure accurate voter lists. Supposedly, this system has a demonstrated record of combating voter fraud, which, again, depending on which media outlet you go to, you'll get differing information, which is always the case. Some are trying to say, no, this system's we've been using it for years. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Others are now discovering it's actually increasing voter fraud. Election officials in Florida, Missouri, West Virginia notified the system known as ERIC that they are departing the voluntary program. They joined Louisiana, which left last year, and Alabama, which previously announced plans to withdraw this year. Ohio Secretary of State Frank LaRose, in a letter to member states Monday, also threatened to withdraw. That came just weeks after the Republican defended the system, telling reporters it was, he thought, one of the best fraud-fighting tools that we have. Florida and its 14.4 million registered voters pose a considerable loss for the data sharing group. It relies on member states to produce reports on voters who may have died or those who may have moved to another state, which supposedly reports also helps states identify and ultimately prosecute people who vote in multiple states. The system had been credited in Maryland with identifying 66,000 potentially deceased voters and 778,000 who may have moved out of the state since 2013. Yet the effort to improve election integrity and thwart voter fraud, which numerous lawmakers and local officials cite as priorities, has become a target of suspicion after a series of online posts earlier last year questioning the funding and the purpose of the system. So, right now, mainstream media trying to say it's all conspiracy theory. Maybe if it gets enough attention, we'll get more details and get to the bottom of it. But there you go. Now, you had another question. What was the other question?
Well, okay, so we got that database that we've now determined is nobody's there. Our CDL information, when we did our driver's license, was supposed to go in a national database. Has anybody gone and checked that office to see who's administrating that program? Is it a shell company too?
Good question. I don't know. Have no idea.
We have a barcode on the back of our driver's licenses. I mean, pretty much any state I buy cigarettes or alcohol in, they want to scan it. They scan the back of your driver's license. Then you have, when I go to the auto auctions to get a car out, I have to write my name and phone number. I used to have to write my driver's license on a gate pass, a piece of paper that went through, all kinds of people's hands. And you just had to trust the fact that, nobody was going to steal your identity. Well, now they scan it with a handheld machine. They scan the gate pass for a barcode. They scan the VIN number because all the door jams now have a barcode on them. And then they scan my driver's license. Well, I'm reading in our industry, the car hauling side, that we have companies that aren't even in America that have hundreds of people at a phone bank that are data mining the dispatch programs and the software systems and the internet load boards and booking loads of cars and getting paid for them and never having a truck here.
Mm-hmm.
There is a huge huge data and a monetary loss that people are just not monitoring. They're not paying attention to. But other than that, I appreciate you getting me down the road tonight. I can count the red lights from 31 and US 30 all the way to Fort Wayne, and only hit 2 out of the 14 red lights. So I thought it was a pretty good night. That's when I said I made pretty good time.
There you go. That's a good night,
Neil
no doubt.
Armstrong.
I mean, what if you hit all 31 of them? Makes for a long night.
Well, it was 42 to the scrapyard that I went to, and if you ran that load in the middle of the day, there's one little town. It can take you 35 minutes just to get through all the red lights in that town.
Wow.
And they got signs saying they want you in the right lane, but we all have people that don't pay attention to it. But yeah, I thought about it, and I said, you know what? I like coming down here and splitting it like this. My boss hates when I split my berth, split the time, but I have 4 stops to make around Columbus, and they're all timed. Have to make appointments, let them know I'm coming. And I can't do it if I left my house at 7 in the morning. I had to leave at 11 o'clock last night to come down. So other than that, I'm going to go to bed for a little bit, and then I'm going to waddle across the street and think I'm going to have an omelet.
There you
I
go.
think this is like the first TA truck stop that they had. The WAPAC one right here up I-75 and 33. It's an old historic one, but it's still got a restaurant. It's one of the few. It's still got an old restaurant. And then back up the road in St. Mary's, the old Motor Inn, they totally redid that place, and they also have a restaurant that opens 7 in the morning too. So there's no reason to keep eating that stuff off the roller grill. And anyway, y'all have a good night. I appreciate holding over through the break and everything. And like I said, thanks, man.
All right, get you some rest, sweet dreams, as I say. Enjoy that omelet here in a few hours, right? And it's 844-3388. There's another investigation or inquiry ongoing with the new Republican-controlled Congress looking into the debacle, which was the withdrawal from Afghanistan, we all recall, right? Most of us by now have probably forgotten, which that's typically what the government wants you to do. Short-term memories for the American people. The United States left behind more than $7.2 billion of military equipment in the Taliban-run Afghanistan during that chaotic withdrawal. $7.2 billion worth of aircraft, guns, vehicles, ammunition, specialized equipment like night vision goggles, biometric devices still in the country, according to the Department of Defense report submitted to Congress, according to the report published in February by the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction. That's the so-called federal watchdog group that monitors U.S. expenditures in the country. The report, entitled "Why the Afghan Security Forces Collapsed," found that at least 78 aircraft worth $923.3 million, 9,524 air-to-ground munitions, $6.5 million worth, over 40,000 vehicles, more than 300,000 weapons, and nearly all night vision, surveillance, communications, and biometric equipment provided to the Afghan Defense Forces, all left behind. As the House Foreign Affairs Committee opens their public probe of the military evacuation. Chairman Michael McCaul of Texas, said it was often referred to like Schindler's List. If you're on the list, you made it out alive. If you weren't, you didn't. What happened in Afghanistan was a systemic breakdown of the federal government at every level and a stunning failure of leadership by the Biden administration. The group also assessed the operational condition of 5.7 billion worth of abandoned weapons, ground vehicles, communications equipment, and specialized equipment, including night vision, surveillance, and positioning equipment, is unknown. The Pentagon told investigators there is currently no realistic way to retrieve the material, given the United States does not recognize the Taliban as a government. Taliban units now patrol in pickup trucks and armored vehicles procured by the U.S. The Taliban-run Special Operations Forces are wearing helmets with night vision mounts provided by the United States. They're carrying U.S.-provided M4 rifles equipped with advanced gun sights. Report also said the Taliban continues to encourage former Afghan military pilots to join its Air Force to fly the abandoned U.S. planes. The pilots working for the Taliban reportedly need jobs and say the Taliban are the most reliable employer in the country of Afghanistan. So we kind of come full circle, right? It's bizarre. All right, who we got on board? Is that Larry? That's what it says on the screen.
Larry.
Morning, Larry.
How you doing? Hey, are you talking about guys going to Mexico and stuff for drug prices and stuff? My wife's been taking a drug called Keytruda for cancer. She's got stage 4 lung cancer and had 2 surgeries on her brain and spinal radiation. And every 3 weeks she gets a dose of this medicine. For the last 5 years she's got this. Every 3 weeks. It's $29,000 a shot.
Whoa.
Is what they, yep. That's what they bill our insurance company. So you add that up, it comes out to, why is it that expensive? Takes about an hour for her to have the infusion. It's about a cup of medicine. Yep. Started out about $25,000 5 years ago, and prices of medicine have gone down, right? It's up to $29,000 now.
Okay, so now when they hit your insurance with that, what comes back to you? Does your insurance cover all that, or
my insurance? I got to pay $1,200 a year.
Wow.
I got super good insurance. Work for Holland.
So I assume the insurance company gets some sort of a negotiated. They're not paying $29,000 a shot, right?
Yeah, they get something back, but that's what they bill, $29,000 every 3 weeks. Then she gets a bone shot. She used to get this once a month. Now she gets it every 3 months, but that's over $9,000 just for one shot. But she's still alive. So
yeah.
Like I say, when she was diagnosed with it, we figured we had 6 months, and she just had her 5th year anniversary in February. So
wow, well, congratulations on that.
Yep. So tell the cattle hauler, keep the faith, because they have changed a lot of stuff, and luckily she hasn't been sick at all with us either. She just you wouldn't even know she's got cancer. Never lost her hair. I mean, but right now all the tumors and stuff are gone.
That's amazing. Yeah. Well.
Yep. So she's about a $5 million lady.
There you go. I remember the $10 million man or the bionic woman. I remember that.
Yeah. She might catch up to him.
There you go. Well, Larry, thanks for...
You guys have a good night.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being a listener out there, Larry. Wow, $29,000 a shot? All right, 12 before the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, Rubber Duck said $29,000 a dose. That is insane. Somebody's getting a kickback. So you can't help but wonder. And, I mean, so is this a scenario? I would think this is one of those prime examples of if Larry did not have good insurance, if Larry's wife, if, say, Larry had lost his job, she may have died several years ago if the insurance did not cover, whatever portion of that shot that she's taken. What about even the $9,000 a pop deal? She'd probably been dead a long time ago, I would assume, which is crazy. Hey, let's see. Would that be Lauren Weiss, world champion bull hauler? Good morning.
Morning, Steve. I just listened to Larry there, and I had years ago I got osteomyelitis in my back, and I ended up getting a bunch of vertebrae fused together. And then I've been in the truck 32 years, and it wore my back down, and I had to get a steroid type shot last November, and that shot cost $12,000, and they sent us a breakdown of the cost of what everybody made on that. And it was amazing because the hospital where we got the shot done at, they made about $11,000. The doctor made about $250 on it, and the steroid that they put in me was about $75. Is all that it was worth. The hospital made the bulk of that money.
So how is it legal for a hospital to profit that much on a simple injection?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I do know that when I went in there, it took them about 15 minutes I was awake. They rolled me on my stomach. They numbed me up. I felt it go in there, and then the doctor moved on to somebody else. So he was making good money, but they have, and I'd never seen that before, but the hospital I went to there in Joplin, they sent us the breakdown ahead of time on what everything was going to cost on that.
Yeah.
And so I have no idea how they are able to profit that much from it, but I thought it was pretty ridiculous because the actual drug they used on me was less than $100 what they put in there, according to what I read.
I mean, was it maybe like was it anesthesia that they hit you for to numb it up or whatever?
That I don't know. I know that they just they called it a hospital fee, and they didn't break down what was in that, but it was a hospital fee, and then there was the doctor charge, and then there was I forget the name of the drug that they used on me, but they have the name of that drug on there, and they broke all that down. But they just broke it down under what they call the hospital fee.
Okay, yeah.
And that was it. So I have no idea. I really don't. I know that it worked because I get a lot of numbness in my legs and a lot of pain in my back, and it's helped relieve a lot of that. And then I'll have to go in probably in 18 months and get another one. And I was pretty fortunate, like Larry, I got pretty good insurance, and I had hernia surgery last year, and then I'd met my deductible, so that shot was covered when I got it, but it may not be that way this coming year. I may have to pay a good chunk of the deductible on it coming up, so
right.
We'll have to see. But I just remember that I was so surprised that, and they didn't explain it to me really as to why they could charge so much, but they just did. So.
Wow. Yeah, I got a question for you, Lauren. I don't want to get too personal, but how did they discover the cancer diagnosis? Did your wife go in like for a routine mammogram and they found that, or do you mind saying?
Yeah, I can tell you this. She had a discharge on her right side. We're in our late 50s, and she had a discharge on her right side, from her nipple area, and the doctor went in and looked at it, and that's when they did the digging around and found that she had that cancer over there.
Okay, all right. I was just curious whether, because, a lot of women put off the mammogram thing, and my wife's one that just, if we don't prod her to go in and do it, they say that's crucial, so I was just curious.
Yeah, my wife probably wouldn't have gone in and got a mammogram. I mean, she was doing like a lot of them doing the self-examination and all that, but she had it came up, and it only started, we went to North Carolina for Christmas, and it started right around that time, and then when we got back, she was able to get into her doctor right away, and they looked at it, and that's kind of the frustrating thing I didn't say the other night, Steve, is that the process of getting to where we're at now is just like every 7 days she was able to get in and see the doctor. We've been blessed in that manner. And then it came up to where now they want to do the surgery, but they're going to wait a month. And so we just got to trust in the process that God's going to take care of us while we're waiting that long. And I'm just guessing that, they probably see what she's got, and they've probably got enough experience with it that they can probably hold off, because there's other people that are probably a lot sicker than she is that need taken care of first. So
gotcha.
But that's what it is. And she's got some since that's happened, there's been some skin deterioration down there too, but they said that's kind of normal with what she's got going on. So
okay.
But yeah, I'll keep everybody updated. And initially, we thought she was going to get surgery right there before Matt's happened, but it's going to be right after that. So I'm going to miss it either way. But we'll be watching out. But I'll be listening to you every night, and then I got to be out here trucking pretty much until she goes and gets that done. So
right, yeah.
And I mean, you couldn't tell that. The funny thing is with these cancers is when they're in an early stage, you couldn't tell by looking at her that she's even sick with anything,
Well, that's the good thing about if you catch something, and hopefully they've got this early enough. And it sounds like, based on the fact that what they're saying about the surgery, they think they might be able to get it all and not even, that's what we're hoping and praying for. But thank you so much. We're out of time there, so we'll close it out. Come back at the midnight hour. We'll be looking at Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.